This audiobook reveals the hidden truth that success, love, abundance, and transformation come not from chasing harder, but from surrendering smarter. You'll discover the paradoxical laws that make dreams chase you, and why the less you force life, the faster it bends in your favor. In the soft, amber glow of the streetlights lining a quiet avenue in 1937 New York, Samuel Whitmore sat hunched over the counter of his modest bookstore. Every evening he would tally up the day's sales, growing more desperate with each entry. For months he had been willing customers into existence, crafting advertisements, handing out flyers, praying with clenched fists and gritted teeth that today would be the day fortune smiled upon him. But the harder he tried, the more the shelves collected dust, and the more the register remained silent. Samuel could not understand why his intense determination, his exhausting persistence, only seemed to drive his dream further away. It was on an otherwise uneventful evening when an elderly man entered the store, not to buy a book, but to leave behind a truth that would shatter Samuel's view of the world. Watching Samuel fidget behind the counter, the man smiled kindly and said, "You're squeezing too tight, son. Life cannot breathe when you strangle it." Before Samuel could reply, the stranger had already disappeared into the night, leaving behind only the echo of his words and the first crack in Samuel's desperate grip on reality. That night, Samuel did something he had never done before. He closed early. He brewed a pot of tea. He sat by the window and, for the first time in months, stopped thinking about how to force success into existence. Instead, he allowed himself to simply exist, to feel the life humming all around him, unhurried and free. The following day, without any effort on his part, a woman wandered into the store, found a rare book she had been seeking for years, and became not just a loyal customer, but a steady stream of word-of-mouth advertisement that no flyer could have matched. Samuel's experience revealed a profound truth that philosophers and mystics have whispered through the ages. The harder you chase what you want, the faster it runs. Life responds not to the tension of desperate effort, but to the openness of relaxed intention. When you clutch too tightly, you send a message to reality that says, "I do not believe it is mine." That message reverberates through the invisible fields that orchestrate your life, repelling the very outcomes you seek. But when you release, when you trust, when you move lightly instead of pushing heavily, you tell the universe, "I already know it's on its way." And the universe, being exquisitely sensitive to your inner world, begins to respond in kind. The sacred insight hidden within Samuel's story is this: manifestation is not the result of effort, but of alignment. Your inner state, relaxed, open, trusting, becomes the true architect of your external reality. Forcing blinds you to opportunities, closes the subtle doors of synchronicity, and scatters your magnetic power. Surrender focuses it into a beam so powerful that reality must bend to it. The paradox is simple yet transformative. When you stop trying so hard, you allow the forces of existence to work with you instead of against you. Stop chasing. Start allowing. Relax your grip, and life will place into your open hands what your closed fists could never catch. In the early winter mornings of 1942, Chicago Robert Langston would rise before the first light brushed the rooftops and make his way to his small carpentry shop. His days were a symphony of labor, measuring, sawing, hammering until his hands cracked and his back ached. He lived by the creed that hard work built dreams, that toil was the chisel that shaped destiny. Yet despite his devotion, prosperity remained a phantom forever dancing just beyond his reach. His competitors thrived, while Robert, who labored harder than all of them, watched opportunity slip through his calloused fingers. At night he would collapse into bed, the heavy silence whispering questions he was too proud to ask aloud. Why wasn't effort enough? Why did more work bring him less reward? It wasn't until a heavy snow trapped him indoors One December evening that Robert stumbled upon a revelation that would upend everything he believed. With nothing to do and nowhere to go, he sat idly by the fire, running his fingers absent-mindedly over an unfinished carving. He wasn't trying to create anything, only passing time. Yet without conscious thought, his hands moved with grace, shaping the wood into an intricate pattern unlike anything he had ever crafted before. When he finally looked down, he found not just a carving, but something extraordinary, something effortless and alive. Word of Robert's new creation spread like wildfire. Orders poured in, not because he worked harder, but because he had, for the first time, allowed something greater to flow through him. What he realized, sitting there in the glow of the fire, was that effort and strain had become walls, blocking the very inspiration and opportunity he had been seeking. His constant pushing had choked the natural currents of creation. Only when he surrendered the need to make it happen did true excellence flow through his hands. You see, the world often glorifies effort without recognizing that frantic doing can suffocate the very life force needed to bring dreams into form. True creation, true success, comes not from the grinding gears of endless labor, but from the spaciousness that allows energy to flow without resistance. Hard work has its place, but when it is driven by fear, desperation, or the belief that force alone can manifest miracles, it becomes a trap. It binds the spirit in a cage of diminishing returns. The sacred insight hidden within Robert's transformation is this: flow cannot be forced. The most brilliant outcomes arise when you become an open channel rather than a hammer striking at life. The invisible forces that weave success, connection, and abundance respond not to exhaustion, but to alignment. When you release the frantic need to drive reality forward, and instead cultivate stillness, presence, and quiet mastery, life meets you with gifts far beyond what sheer effort could extract. The illusion of effort is seductive but false. Strain signals distrust in the natural currents that seek to carry you. Ease, trust, and allowing signal faith. And faith, quiet as it may seem, moves mountains more surely than the heaviest labor. The way forward is not to push harder, but to open wider, letting the river of life carry you where your striving never could. On a humid spring afternoon in 1945, Savannah, Georgia, Elizabeth Carter sat alone beneath the sprawling arms of an ancient oak tree, a worn journal balanced on her lap. Every page of that journal was filled with fervent wishes for love, for recognition, for prosperity. Each word was written with a heart so full of yearning that it almost spilled over the edges of the paper. Every night, Elizabeth would read her wishes aloud to the stars, pleading, hoping, straining. Yet day after day, the things she so deeply desired seemed to drift further beyond her reach, like mirages vanishing at the touch. It was not that Elizabeth was unwilling to believe. Her faith was immense, her passion sincere. But what she could not yet see was that her very act of wanting was building an invisible wall between herself and the life she sought. Like a child reaching through glass for a toy just beyond their grasp, her longing created a field of separation. She lived in the constant vibration of absence, and so the universe, in its perfect, unerring reflection, returned to her the experience of things just out of reach. One afternoon, as a warm breeze teased the edges of her journal, Elizabeth overheard a conversation between two elderly women resting nearby. One spoke of her late husband with a smile not of sorrow, but of fullness, as if he were still with her. She described the flowers he once brought her, not with yearning, but with gratitude so vivid it painted the memory as if it were happening again. Elizabeth listened, something inside her stirring. This woman did not speak from lack. She spoke from abundance. She did not wish for what was lost. She lived as though it were ever present. That evening, Elizabeth made a quiet decision. She closed her journal of wishes and, instead, began writing a new story, not of desires yet to be fulfilled, but of a life already overflowing. She wrote as though the love she longed for was already cradling her days, as though her art had already found its audience, as though her table was already laden with prosperity. She let her heart feel the richness of what was already hers, as if the walls of time had dissolved, and she was standing in the center of everything she had ever wanted. In the weeks that followed, Elizabeth's life began to change, slowly at first, then with an acceleration that seemed almost uncanny. A gallery requested to feature her paintings. A childhood friend returned unexpectedly, carrying with him a love so steady and clear it left no room for yearning. The invisible wall of desire, built brick by brick with longing, had finally crumbled. The sacred insight illuminated through Elizabeth's awakening is this: wanting and having cannot coexist. To want is to affirm separation. To know, to feel as though you already hold it in your hands, is to collapse that distance. Life responds not to the desperation of craving, but to the quiet confidence of fulfillment. When you cease reaching out from lack and instead live from inner completion, you become a magnet for the very things you once thought you had to chase. Desire fades, and reality, sensing the shift, rushes in to fill the space your certainty has made ready. In the soft stillness of a 1948 autumn morning in Asheville, North Carolina, Daniel Whitman stood at the edge of his family's neglected orchard, staring at rows of withered trees. Years ago, when his father passed, Daniel took it upon himself to save the land, believing that if he worked harder, planned better, and controlled every detail, he could restore the orchard to its former glory. Seasons came and went, and Daniel fought the earth with ferocity, replanting, pruning, irrigating, yet each year the harvest shrank further, and the trees, stubborn and silent, refused to flourish under his relentless command. One particularly bitter winter, when resources were exhausted and hope all but extinguished, Daniel collapsed against the trunk of an ancient apple tree. In the heavy silence of defeat, he realized he had done everything except the one thing the land had needed most: his trust. His life had become a battle, his spirit worn thin from trying to force nature to obey him, never once pausing to listen to the wisdom of the earth itself. In that frozen moment, Daniel let go. He surrendered, not out of despair, but with a strange, peaceful willingness to allow life to be as it was. That spring, he did less than ever before. He watched the soil, observed the rhythms of rain and sun, listened to the quiet voice of the land that his efforts had once drowned out. He planted fewer trees, trusting the healthiest to find their strength. He intervened less and noticed more. To his astonishment, the orchard responded, not to his force, but to his surrender. The roots deepened, the blossoms thickened, and by harvest, the orchard bore more fruit than it had in over a decade. Daniel's strength had not been in his striving, but in the courage it took to stop striving and let life find its way. You see, surrender is often misunderstood as weakness, when in truth, it is a profound act of strength. It requires far more courage to trust the invisible currents of life than to try to hammer them into place. To surrender is not to abandon your dreams. It is to stop strangling them. It is to create space where life can breathe, where solutions can surface without being forced, where miracles can grow in the fertile soil of acceptance. The sacred insight buried in Daniel's quiet transformation is simple yet revolutionary. True strength lies in trust. In surrender, you stop dictating how and when life must deliver its gifts. You align yourself with a wisdom infinitely larger than your own plans and strategies. What you seek begins to seek you, not because you chase it, but because you have made yourself open enough to receive it. Letting go is not giving up. It is stepping aside so that a greater intelligence can orchestrate the unfolding of your life. In the space where force once ruled, grace enters. In the silence where striving once screamed, the universe finally has room to speak. And when it does, it answers with blessings beyond anything effort could have imagined. In the misty spring mornings of 1939, San Francisco, Evelyn Hart spent her days toiling in a small flower shop, tucked between towering brick buildings. She had been working there for nearly a decade, holding on to a secret dream of owning her own shop. A grand space filled with fragrant blooms and sunlight streaming through wide glass windows. Every spare moment she plotted, saved, strategized, and pushed herself harder, believing that the dream could only be earned through tireless struggle. Yet every time she seemed on the verge of progress, something would unravel. Loans fell through, partners backed away, months of saving vanished with a single family emergency. The harder Evelyn tried, the more the dream seemed to slip like water through her cupped hands. One evening, after yet another disappointment, Evelyn found herself wandering along the shoreline, shoes in hand, letting the ocean water chill her feet. Under the bruised sky, facing the infinite horizon, something inside her broke, but not in the way she feared. For the first time, she stopped fighting. She stopped planning. She stopped reaching. She simply sat, her heart wide open and strangely light, no longer demanding that life deliver her dream on her timetable or in her preferred packaging. In that vast, aching surrender, she stumbled upon the secret that had eluded her for years. Sometimes giving up is not failure, but forward movement disguised. Without realizing it, Evelyn had triggered the reversal principle, an ancient, often forgotten law of creation. In the weeks that followed, without effort or design, things began to shift. A regular customer, sensing Evelyn's quiet brilliance with flowers, offered her a space in a newly renovated building. No strings attached. A distant cousin, having heard of her skills, left her a small inheritance enough to cover her startup costs. And within a year, Evelyn opened the flower shop she had once tried so desperately to build. Only now it came not through relentless effort, but through the open door of surrender. The sacred insight that revealed itself through Evelyn's story is this: when you relinquish the brittle grip of constant striving, you activate forces far greater than yourself. The universe, recognizing the opening created by your release, rushes to meet you with a grace that force alone can never summon. What looks like giving up on the surface is often the shedding of the heavy armor that kept you separated from your desire. True forward movement happens not by demanding that life conform to your plans, but by stepping into the river of your deeper destiny with empty hands and an open heart. When you give up the fight, you give yourself back to the current that has been carrying you all along. You are not abandoning your dreams. You are allowing them to find their own most perfect expression beyond the limits of your control. In the wisdom of surrender, every step backward dissolves into an unseen forward momentum. In the act of giving up, you are not losing your way. You are finally, quietly finding it. On a golden afternoon in the summer of 1940 in the rolling hills of Vermont, Thomas Weaver leaned against the fence of his small horse ranch, watching the young colts move across the fields. For years, Thomas had run his business with a clenched fist, driving every deal, pursuing every lead, racing from one opportunity to another as though life itself might outrun him. His body bore the marks of his restless urgency, creased lines across his forehead, a stiffness in his shoulders, a permanent tension in his breath. And yet, despite all the chasing, prosperity remained a fleeting shadow, always moving just a few steps beyond his grasp. One evening, as a violet dusk settled over the fields, Thomas noticed something that would change everything. He watched as a colt, rather than charging after the others, simply stood still, relaxed, head lowered. To Thomas's amazement, the others naturally began gathering around the still colt, drawn not by force but by a quiet magnetism. In that silent moment, it struck him with the clarity of thunder. All his chasing had pushed things away. It was not movement that attracted, but being. It was not the pursuit that called life closer, but the flow. The days that followed became an experiment in allowing. Thomas stopped chasing customers with desperate promotions. He stopped forcing outcomes with frantic energy. Instead, he began to nurture his ranch with the kind of steady, effortless care he had once reserved only for moments of exhaustion. He moved with his work instead of against it. He trusted that those who were meant to find him would, and they did. Without strain or manipulation, the ranch flourished. Buyers who resonated with his spirit found their way to him. Opportunities arose naturally, and a deeper prosperity took root, one that felt as inevitable as the turning of the seasons. The sacred insight that unfurled in Thomas's experience is simple, yet often forgotten. Life is drawn to flow, not to force. Manifestation is not a frantic sprint toward a goal, but a magnetic dance of presence and intention. When you chase after life, you affirm that it is separate from you, that it is something to be hunted and captured. But when you flow, when you move in rhythm with your inner knowing, you become the source from which life flows outward. Chasing scatters your energy, creating ripples of resistance that life mirrors back to you. Flowing gathers your energy, turning your presence into a quiet gravitational pull. You no longer have to run toward your desires. They come to you, drawn by the invisible current of your aligned state. Flowing without chasing is not passivity. It is an active, vibrant state of trust. It is the art of tending your inner landscape so beautifully that life cannot help but match your frequency. You become the fertile ground where dreams naturally take root and bloom, not through desperate grasping, but through the effortless outpouring of who you already are. In flowing, you cease to be the seeker and become the sought. In the fog-drenched streets of 1933 Portland, Henry Mason hustled from job to job, a battered briefcase in hand and a heavy sense of urgency clinging to his every step. His mind was a constant churn of strategies, deadlines, and self-imposed ultimatums. He believed, as so many did, that if he simply tried harder, if he poured every last drop of willpower into the effort, success would finally break through. Each failed attempt was met with doubled effort, a tighter jaw, a faster pace. Yet strangely, the harder Henry tried, the more elusive his dreams became. Like a shoreline retreating faster, the harder he ran toward it. One evening, exhausted and defeated, Henry ducked into a small coffee house to escape the rain. Slumped at a corner table, he overheard a quiet conversation between two older men discussing fishing. One of them laughed as he described how beginners often scare the fish away by thrashing the line, while the patient fisherman simply casts and waits, knowing the river will provide in its own time. The image struck Henry with the force of revelation. He saw in an instant that he had been thrashing at life, signaling not trust but panic, broadcasting to the universe not belief but desperation. The paradox revealed itself clearly. True effort is not about doing more, but about aligning more deeply. When you try from a place of anxiety, of fear that what you want might not come, your energy broadcasts that very fear into the world. And because the universe is a perfect mirror, it reflects that signal back, sending more experiences of struggle, more echoes of lack. Effort, when it is born of disbelief, becomes a spell of scarcity cast upon your own life. In the weeks that followed, Henry began an experiment. He did not stop acting altogether. Rather, he stripped his actions of franticness. Before each task, he paused, breathing until he felt anchored in the certainty that what he desired was already unfolding. He moved with intention instead of with force. He focused not on securing results, but on becoming the kind of person who naturally lived within those results. Gradually, he noticed the difference. Opportunities that had once slammed doors in his face now drifted toward him, almost of their own accord. Conversations flowed, chances appeared, and small, meaningful successes began stacking one upon another without the exhaustion that had once been his constant companion. The sacred insight that shimmered through Henry's awakening is this: the universe listens not to your hands, but to your heart. It hears the energy behind your actions more loudly than the actions themselves. Trying fueled by fear sends a vibration of doubt that delays the very outcomes you long for. Moving from knowing, acting with a quiet, relaxed certainty sends a signal of abundance that life cannot help but reflect. To try harder is often to trust less. True creation requires less effort and more embodiment, less proving and more allowing. When you release the hidden fear behind your striving, you step into the paradoxical magic where less effort births greater results, and life, at last, comes flowing toward you instead of running away. In the bustling summer streets of 1941 Charleston, Margaret Holloway hurried through the market square, arms full of goods, and her mind even fuller with plans. Every moment of her life was mapped, managed, and controlled. She believed that achievement belonged to those who seized life by the throat, who bent the world to their will through timing and tenacity. Yet despite her meticulous organization, life often seemed to slip sideways. Plans unraveled, opportunities fell through, timing betrayed her again and again, no matter how desperately she tried to orchestrate its rhythm. One sweltering afternoon, after missing an important meeting due to a delayed ferry, Margaret sat fuming beneath the shade of a crepe myrtle tree. As she stewed in frustration, she noticed an elderly vendor nearby, patiently arranging fruits at his stand. Unlike the frenzied merchants around him, he moved slowly, almost in tune with a rhythm unseen but deeply felt. When asked why he did not rush like the others, he smiled and said simply, "You cannot force the ripening of fruit. You wait, you watch, and when it's ready, you move." Margaret chuckled politely at the simplicity of the answer, but that night the words echoed inside her mind with a haunting clarity. In the days that followed, Margaret tried a different approach. Instead of pressing and pushing against the timing of life, she practiced the art of allowing. She paid attention to the subtle invitations life extended, the chance encounters, the unexpected cancellations, the gentle nudges that did not fit into her carefully laid plans, but seemed somehow more alive than anything she could have designed. She began to move with these invitations rather than against them, trusting a timing deeper than her own mind's urgency. What unfolded over the next few months defied every rule she had lived by. The client she had missed at the ferry returned to town with a larger proposal. The ventures she had once chased fruitlessly now sought her out. Doors she had pounded on for years opened quietly, without effort. In surrendering to life's hidden timing, Margaret found herself in the right place at the right moment again and again, almost as if the universe itself had been waiting for her to stop shouting long enough to hear its whisper. The sacred insight buried within Margaret's quiet revolution is this: there is a language that life speaks, but it cannot be shouted at or demanded. It is the language of allowing, a communication written in synchronicity, intuition, and serendipity. When you insist on your own schedule, you jam the frequency through which these subtle messages reach you. But when you relax into trust, when you release your iron grip on how and when things must happen, you slip naturally into alignment with a greater orchestration that has always been in motion. The universe is not deaf to your desires. It is exquisitely attuned to your vibration, but it answers not to your demands, only to your openness. By tuning into the hidden language of allowing, you step into a symphony already playing, a rhythm older and wiser than any plan you could devise. In that flow, all things ripen in their own perfect time, and when they do, no force in the world can hold back the bounty life has been waiting to deliver into your open hands. In the quiet valleys of 1946 Montana, Joseph Aldridge spent his days tending to a modest piece of farmland he had inherited from his father. The land was stubborn, much like Joseph himself, who believed that with enough force and sweat he could bend nature to his will. Every planting season he measured, plowed, seeded, and prayed, but there was always a restless fear gnawing at him, that if he did not do everything perfectly, the harvest would fail. His efforts were Herculean, yet the soil seemed to resist him, offering only meager returns for his relentless labor. One evening, After a particularly harsh drought had reduced his crops to brittle stalks, Joseph wandered beyond the edges of his fields and found himself watching the river wind its way through the valley. It was effortless, that flow, strong, certain, moving around obstacles without fight or hesitation. It seemed to know where it was going without needing to see the end. In the stillness of that twilight hour, Joseph felt a truth arise within him, one he had long resisted. Life moves according to invisible currents, and force does not command them. Only trust does. That summer, Joseph made a radical choice. He did not abandon his work, but he abandoned his distrust. He planted as before, but this time without the anxious gripping of outcomes. He cared for the soil, listened to the rhythms of the rain and sun, and trusted the unseen forces that worked alongside him, the moisture in the ground, the silent cooperation of seed and earth. As he shifted inside, the land seemed to shift in response. The rains came at the right times. The harvest grew fuller than he had seen in years. Neighbors spoke of luck, but Joseph knew it was something deeper. He had aligned himself with the invisible. The sacred insight wrapped inside Joseph's transformation is this: force is a symptom of fear, and fear arises when we do not trust the unseen forces that govern life. Faith, true faith, is not blind hoping, but a deep inner knowing that what you need, what you seek, already exists within the currents of reality, and that those currents will carry you if you allow them. When you rely only on what you can see, measure, and control, you sever yourself from the greater intelligence that moves through all things. You become like a man trying to catch the wind in a net, exhausting yourself while the breeze slips effortlessly through your grasp. But when you trust the invisible, when you act with the quiet certainty that life is responding to your inner state, you become a co-creator rather than a frantic puppet. Trusting the invisible is the master key that unlocks doors you did not even know existed. It does not mean abandoning action. It means infusing every action with the energy of certainty instead of desperation. It means planting seeds with joy instead of fear, speaking dreams aloud without needing to know the path, and walking forward with a heart open wide enough to let miracles find you. When you move from faith beyond force, you move in harmony with the unseen hands shaping your destiny. And in that sacred cooperation, life itself bends to meet you halfway. In the dusky evenings of 1931 Boston, Charles Whitmore trained relentlessly in a cramped, dimly lit boxing gym. His fists battered the heavy bag with mechanical precision, his muscles hardened from years of pushing against every obstacle life placed before him. Charles believed success belonged to those who fought hardest, who clenched their jaws and met life with force. Every setback was met with more resistance, every defeat answered with tighter fists. Yet despite his grueling regimen and unbreakable will, victory remained a stranger to him. Each match left him bloodied, worn, and somehow further from the triumph he pursued. One night after another punishing defeat, Charles slumped against the worn ropes of the ring, the stale air of the gym thick around him. An old trainer named Elias, who had been watching from the shadows, approached and knelt beside him. "You fight too hard," he said, his voice a low rumble. "You think strength is in resistance, but the greatest fighters don't fight the opponent. They flow with him. They turn his force against him." Charles, too exhausted to argue, let the words seep into him. In that moment of utter depletion, something broke open inside him, a realization that perhaps the true path to success was not through greater resistance, but through the surrender of it. The following weeks were an experiment in unlearning. Charles stopped approaching the ring as a battleground and began treating it as a dance floor. Instead of meeting each punch with brute strength, he began to absorb, deflect, and redirect. He moved with the energy of his opponents rather than against it. His body became loose, fluid, responsive, and as he ceased fighting life, life began to fight for him. Victories that had once eluded him came with a natural ease. His name, once overlooked, began to echo through the halls of the city's boxing circles. The sacred insight illuminated by Charles' transformation is this: success does not come from wrestling life into submission. It comes from surrendering your resistance to its natural flow. Resistance is rooted in fear. The fear that if you do not control every outcome, disaster will strike. But life does not reward the tight-fisted, it rewards the open-handed. The universe, much like a skilled opponent, uses your resistance against you, magnifying your struggles and amplifying your hardships. When you relax, when you allow rather than battle, you move into harmony with the currents of opportunity that have been trying to reach you all along. Non-resistance is not passivity. It is the supreme act of trust and mastery. It is the conscious decision to stop opposing what is and start aligning with what wants to emerge. It is understanding that obstacles are not enemies to conquer, but energies to redirect. Winners are not those who fight hardest. They are those who fight least, conserving their energy for the elegant moments when movement is needed and surrendering gracefully when it is not. When you stop wrestling with life, life stops wrestling with you. It becomes a partner, a collaborator, lifting you towards success not through force, but through the effortless dance of aligned intention and surrendered will. In that sacred dance, victories arise not from battle, but from belonging. In the misty mornings of 1944, San Diego, Eleanor Briggs would sit at her small writing desk, pen in hand, blueprinting the details of her ideal life. She mapped out every conversation she thought she would need to have, every door she would have to knock on, every step that might lead her to the career she so deeply desired. Her mind was a constant flurry of calculations, diagrams, imagined scenarios. She believed that if she could only engineer the exact sequence of events, her dreams would materialize. Yet despite her endless strategizing, the opportunities she sought continued to slip through her fingers, each intricate plan unraveling just as she thought she had grasped control. One afternoon, weary from another day of plotting and rehearsing outcomes, Eleanor wandered into a small coastal chapel, its doors open to the salt-laced breeze. She sat in the cool stillness, listening to the distant sound of waves rolling onto the shore. There was no plan here, no map, no effort, only the vast, rhythmic trust of nature itself. And somewhere in that silence, a new understanding began to bloom within her. She was not meant to manage the mechanics of the universe. Her job was to align her heart with the destination, not to pave every inch of the road to get there. From that day forward, Eleanor changed her approach. She stopped obsessing over the how and instead devoted herself to the energy of already having. She allowed herself to feel the joy of her dreams, as if they were already realized, trusting that unseen forces would assemble the path she could not yet see. She followed her instincts without second-guessing, took inspired actions without demanding guarantees, and opened herself to detours she might once have rejected. Opportunities she never could have planned for began to appear. Chance meetings, unexpected invitations, doors opening where there had previously been walls. The sacred insight that revealed itself through Eleanor's surrender is this: the mechanism of manifestation is not yours to control. The more you meddle with the details, the more you signal your distrust in the very forces designed to orchestrate your path. Obsessing over how something will happen anchors you in limitation, because you can only plan from the narrow lens of your current awareness. Life, in its infinite intelligence, weaves realities through threads you cannot see. Letting go of the how is not laziness. It is supreme cooperation with a universe whose wisdom exceeds your imagination. When you surrender the mechanics, you allow space for synchronicities, for miracles, for the unseen corridors that lead precisely to where you were meant to go, paths you could not have charted even in your most careful plans. The act of manifestation is less about making something happen and more about preparing yourself to receive what is already seeking you. It is about vibrating in resonance with the end result so deeply that the details, the timing, the connections arrange themselves naturally. When you let go of the how, you step into the river of effortless unfolding, where life delights in delivering to you more than you ever dared to plot. In the windswept streets of 1938 Philadelphia, Walter Grayson built his business with a grip so tight that even his closest friends wondered how he kept breathing. Every decision, every meeting, every dollar spent was monitored, controlled, and agonized over. Walter believed that vigilance was the secret to success, that if he held the reins tightly enough, he could force life into submission, and for a time it seemed to work. His business grew, but so too did his anxiety, his isolation, and his gnawing sense that no matter how much he achieved, he was somehow falling behind an invisible curve he could never quite catch. One evening, as the autumn leaves whirled in frantic circles around his office windows, Walter received news that would dismantle his fortress of control. A critical contract, one he had spent months securing, collapsed without warning. He had done everything right, or so he thought. Yet his meticulous control had not spared him from loss. Sitting alone in the dim light, Walter faced a truth he had spent years avoiding. Control was an illusion, and clinging to it was not preserving his success, it was strangling it. Over the next months, Walter, with nothing left to lose, tried a different way of being. Instead of dictating the path of every venture, he began to listen. He listened to the pulse of the market, to the intuition that had once whispered beneath the clamor of his fears. He made decisions with trust, not terror. He let employees bring ideas without micromanaging them into oblivion. He stopped trying to squeeze outcomes into narrow expectations and started opening himself to better, unexpected possibilities. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, momentum returned. His business adapted faster to changes. New partnerships formed not through negotiation battles, but through genuine connection. Projects moved with a strange, almost effortless speed. And inside himself, Walter found a peace he had never tasted before, not born of guarantees, but of alignment with a deeper rhythm that was far wiser than his own mind. The sacred insight drawn from Walter's transformation is this: relinquishing control does not mean losing power, it means accessing a far greater one. When you release the death grip on outcomes, you move from pushing isolated pieces across the board to allowing the entire game to unfold with a strategy far beyond your limited view. The paradox is simple but absolute. By trying to control every step, you slow the dance of destiny. By trusting, you accelerate it. Control is born from fear, the fear that life will betray you unless you master it. But life is not your opponent. It is your silent partner, waiting for the moment when you release your frantic commands and finally allow its greater intelligence to guide you. Relinquishing control is the real catalyst for accelerated outcomes because it returns you to the flow of creation itself. It opens invisible shortcuts you could never have planned, turns obstacles into opportunities, and carries you, not by the strain of your will, but by the grace of your surrendered heart. In that surrender, life stops resisting you. It rushes to meet you. In the damp alleys of 1947 New Orleans, Clara Beach chased opportunity with a desperation so thick it clung to her like the humid summer air. She longed to sing in the city's famous jazz clubs, to have her voice soar among the smoke and the crowds, but no matter how many auditions she attended or how many promises she extracted with trembling hands, the doors remained closed. Each night she returned to her tiny boarding room, more exhausted, more bitter, her dreams slipping further away. She couldn't understand it. She had the voice, she had the passion, she had the need. Surely life would respond to her urgency. One rainy evening, after yet another fruitless audition, Clara found herself wandering the French Quarter, her shoes soaked, her spirit heavier than the storm clouds above. She ducked into a shadowy bar just to escape the downpour. Inside, a man with a worn trumpet lifted his instrument and played with such ease, such absence of striving, that the entire room leaned toward him without being asked. There was no desperation in his music, only presence. Clara listened, a hollow ache blooming in her chest, as she realized that she had been singing from emptiness, from hunger, from a plea for validation, and life had been answering her not with reward, but with reflection. In the days that followed, Clara let herself unravel. She stopped begging the world to notice her. She sang for the sheer joy of feeling her own voice move through the air, even if no one else was listening. She allowed herself to be full first, before seeking anything outside herself. It was in that fullness that everything began to shift. One evening, as she sang casually at a local gathering, a club owner overheard her. Without hesitation, he offered her a place in his lineup, not because she had forced it, but because her presence had become irresistible. The sacred insight woven through Clara's quiet revolution is this: desperation repels what you desire because it broadcasts a vibration of lack. When you approach life from neediness, from the belief that something outside of you must complete you, you send a signal of emptiness, and the universe, responding with perfect fidelity, mirrors that emptiness back to you. Opportunities dry up, relationships falter, dreams drift further into the horizon. Desperation is rooted in the illusion that you are not enough, that you must grasp and clutch and plead to secure what should naturally be yours. But dreams are delicate things. They are drawn to fullness, not need. They respond to the energy of wholeness, to the quiet confidence that you are already complete, already worthy, already vibrating in harmony with what you seek. The shift is not in wanting less, but in needing less. When you anchor yourself in your own sufficiency, you become a beacon rather than a beggar. You magnetize opportunities without chasing them. You embody the truth that fulfillment is not a prize at the end of striving, but a condition that must be lived first and then mirrored by the world around you. Dreams do not bloom in desperation. They unfold naturally in the fertile ground of inner abundance. Weathered in, a sketchpad balanced loosely on his knee. Years earlier, Benjamin had chased ambition with the ferocity of a storm, burning through one project after another with clenched teeth and sleepless nights. Success, he believed, was a prize won by sheer force of will. Yet the harder he pushed, the more elusive it became. Clients grew wary of his frantic energy, partnerships soured under the weight of his demands, and life itself seemed to stiffen against his efforts like a door swollen shut against the frame. Now, weary from years of striving, Benjamin did something he had never allowed himself to do before. He let go. As the sun slid lazily across the sky, he let his pencil wander across the page, without a single thought about outcome or utility. He drew not for clients, not for acclaim, but because it felt good to let creation move through him, without demand. In that relaxed state, something unexpected happened. His lines became bolder, freer, alive with a spirit he had never captured during his years of effort. Without realizing it, he tapped into the secret current that had evaded him for so long: relaxed intention. Over the following weeks, word of Benjamin's sketches began to spread. Passers-by asked to purchase his drawings, friends commissioned portraits, gallery owners inquired about exhibitions. Opportunities flowed not because he had strained toward them, but because he had shifted into a state where life could reach him easily without the static of tension blocking the way. The sacred insight illuminated through Benjamin's rebirth is this: relaxed intention is the secret energy behind swift manifestation. It is not the absence of desire, but the absence of resistance. It is holding your dreams with open hands, rather than clutching them with white-knuckled fists. It is acting with purpose, but without pressure, trusting that what is meant for you gravitates toward the clarity of your being, not the noise of your striving. Tension sends a message to the universe that you do not trust the process, that you believe you must wrestle your dreams into existence. Relaxation, on the other hand, broadcasts certainty. It says without words, I know it is coming. I do not need to rush or demand. I am already aligned with it. And because the universe mirrors your internal state with perfect fidelity, what you expect calmly and confidently comes swiftly and naturally. Relaxed intention is not laziness. It is supreme precision. It is the act of tuning your inner frequency to the reality you desire without distorting it with fear, neediness, or impatience. It allows manifestation to accelerate, not by force, but by resonance. When you move through life with relaxed intention, you become a lighthouse rather than a frantic sailor. You stop chasing the ships, and instead, they are drawn to your shore by the unwavering magnetic light of your calm certainty. In that state, life cannot help but meet you halfway, carrying with it the dreams you once thought you had to chase. In the sleepy coastal town of 1940 Monterey, Clara Hastings made her living selling seashell jewelry to tourists who wandered the boardwalk. At first, Clara approached her business like a soldier marching into battle, waking before dawn, crafting endlessly, bargaining hard with every customer who dared to hesitate. She believed success was a game of pressure and persuasion, that if she pushed hard enough, she could bend the tides of fortune to her will. Yet despite her constant effort, sales trickled rather than flowed, and Clara found herself drained, disillusioned, and wondering why the ocean of opportunity seemed to recede whenever she chased it. One evening, after a long, disappointing day, Clara wandered down to the edge of the surf. There she watched a small wooden sailboat bobbing gently in the water, its sails slack, its occupant resting lazily against the mast. It wasn't moving with effort. It was simply floating, allowing the currents to carry it. The image struck her with an almost painful clarity. She saw in that drifting boat the truth she had missed in her own frantic struggle. Life did not reward force, it responded to flow. The next morning, Clara tried something radical. She let go. She opened her small stand without expectation, smiled without pushing, displayed her jewelry without desperation. She engaged with those who felt drawn to her without trying to convince those who didn't. She floated instead of forcing, allowing herself to move with the day rather than against it. To her astonishment, business improved. Tourists lingered longer, purchases flowed naturally. Without tightening her grip, she received more than she had ever wrung from her customers with her old strategies. The sacred insight carried in Clara's transformation is timeless. Ease attracts. Forcing repels. When you force, you emit a frantic frequency that life cannot harmonize with. You create resistance in the very spaces where you long for flow. But when you float, when you trust the natural movement of life, when you act with ease and openness, you become magnetically attractive to all that aligns with your frequency. Floating is not passivity. It is a profound state of cooperation with the invisible currents that are always seeking to move you toward your highest good. It is learning to move with life's energy rather than exhausting yourself trying to paddle against it. It is knowing that your dreams are not prizes to be hunted down, but destinations that your soul already knows how to reach, if only you allow it the freedom to navigate. Ease is the language of abundance. It signals to the universe that you believe in the path unfolding before you. It turns strangers into allies, chance into synchronicity, small beginnings into great miracles. The greatest forces of nature, rivers carving through canyons, winds shaping mountains, move not through brute force, but through the persistent, graceful application of ease. When you float over forcing, you join the deeper rhythm that has always been guiding you. You find yourself carried not by your effort, but by the unseen hands of grace, arriving effortlessly at shores you once thought required a lifetime of struggle to reach. In the smoky cafes of 1935 Paris, Louis Armand strummed his guitar each night with the fierce determination of a man trying to wrestle music from thin air. He tightened each chord, calculated every note, and played with a force that left him breathless by the final song. To Louis, success meant effort etched into every sound, visible proof that he had fought for his place on the dimly lit stage. Yet night after night, audiences drifted away, unmoved by the storm of skill and struggle he unleashed. It puzzled him, gnawed at him, made him tighten his grip even more, convinced that harder playing would finally win their hearts. One evening, weary beyond words, Louis found himself wandering the left bank, his guitar slung loosely across his back. He stumbled into a tiny bistro where a young woman played the piano with an effortless grace, her fingers gliding as though the keys themselves had called her there. She was not trying to impress, not fighting the music into existence. She simply was. The room, spellbound, leaned closer with each note. Watching her, Louis saw for the first time that it was not struggle that created magic, but surrender. Life responded to ease, not tension. The next night, Louis did something radical. He let go. He played, not to impress, not to achieve, but for the sheer joy of feeling music move through him. His fingers softened, his posture loosened. The guitar, once a battlefield, became an extension of his breath. The change in the room was immediate. The audience leaned in, their faces softened, their attention magnetized not by the sharpness of his technique, but by the openness of his being. Success had eluded his struggle, but it had embraced his relaxation. The sacred insight that shimmered through Louis's revelation is this: life is a mirror, but it is a reverse mirror. It does not reflect back what you clench and chase. It reflects what you allow and embody. When you struggle, life shows you more struggle. When you relax, life mirrors ease, abundance, and unexpected openings. Your external reality is not crafted by how tightly you grip your dreams, but by how gracefully you live inside them. Struggle sends a signal of distrust, a belief that life must be forced into giving. Relaxation, on the other hand, signals faith, a knowing that life naturally rises to meet an open heart. This is why so often the very thing you long for most arrives when you stop obsessing over it. In the stillness created by relaxation, life finally has room to echo back the abundance you were too tense to receive. To understand the reverse mirror is to understand your true power. You do not need to wrestle joy, love, success, or peace into existence. You need only become the space where they feel welcome. Life does not bend to the clenched fist. It opens its hands to the soul that has learned to unclench. When you relax, you become the invitation, and life, recognizing its reflection in you, responds with gifts beyond what struggle could ever secure. In the narrow streets of 1939, Florence Matteo Rossi spent his days selling paintings to indifferent passers-by. His tiny gallery, nestled between larger, more renowned establishments, seemed invisible to the world. Each morning he woke determined to change his fate, pushing himself to work harder, to paint faster, to sell with more persuasion. And each night he collapsed into bed with the heavy ache of another day spent fighting against walls that refused to move. The harder he pushed, the heavier the world became, as if reality itself grew denser under the weight of his effort. One evening, as rain slicked the cobblestones and emptied the streets, Matteo sat alone among his unsold canvases, despair gnawing at his resolve. In a moment of utter exhaustion, he did something he had never done before. He gave up, not in defeat, but in a quiet, almost sacred release. He whispered into the empty gallery, "I cannot force this anymore. Let whatever must happen, happen." In that instant, a strange peace descended over him, as if the world itself had exhaled with him. The very next morning, something shifted. A woman visiting from Paris wandered into his shop, drawn by a painting Matteo had once dismissed as too simple to display. She purchased it without hesitation, praising the rawness and honesty in the work. By week's end, She had arranged for Matteo's art to be shown in a gallery across the Seine. His reality, once a fortress of struggle, cracked open not through effort, but through surrender. The sacred insight glimmering through Matteo's experience is this: there is a surrender switch inside you, hidden in plain sight, that can flip your entire reality the moment you decide to stop forcing and start allowing. It is not something you earn through effort. It is something you access the instant you recognize that life flows best when you stop trying to dam the river with your bare hands. Surrender does not mean abandoning your dreams. It means releasing the brittle grip on how they must come to be. It means stepping out of the tight corridors of control and into the wide fields of possibility, where life can reach you through avenues your mind could never have engineered. When you flip the surrender switch, reality responds immediately. Opportunities you strain toward begin to drift naturally into your orbit. Solutions you wrestled for emerge from unexpected places. Energy once spent battling unseen forces now fuels creation and joy. In surrender, you stop being the barrier between yourself and the life you desire. The act of surrender is instantaneous, not gradual. It is the decision to trust, fully and without hesitation, that life is already conspiring in your favor, even when you cannot see how. It is the willingness to believe that you are already supported by unseen currents far wiser than your own plans. When you stop demanding and start allowing, you align with the rhythm of a universe that was never against you, only waiting for you to soften enough to be led. In the simple flipping of the surrender switch, you exchange resistance for flow, struggle for ease, and longing for the effortless arrival of all that is already yours. In the quiet countryside of 1941 Yorkshire, Emily Hart tended a modest herb garden that her grandmother had passed down through generations. Every morning she would walk among the lavender and rosemary, worrying over the seedlings, checking the soil obsessively, fretting about the rain, the sun, the wind. She planted and replanted, certain that her constant vigilance was the only thing keeping the fragile life around her from falling into ruin. Yet no matter how she tried to control each detail, some plants flourished while others withered, often without any discernible reason. Her anxious tending seemed to make little difference at all. One afternoon, after a sudden storm had flooded part of her garden, Emily sat on the stone steps of the old farmhouse and watched the water carve tiny rivers through the dirt paths. She noticed how the current didn't resist the rocks in its path. It simply moved around them, finding another way forward without pause, without complaint. It did not try to dominate the land. It flowed with the land. In that soft moment, a truth long hidden bloomed quietly within her. Life already knows the way. Her frantic interference had not protected her garden. It had only made her blind to the gentle intelligence that was already guiding everything to its perfect unfolding. From that day forward, Emily approached her work differently. She still tended her garden, but now she did so with a light touch, trusting the innate wisdom of each seed and season. She allowed the rains to come and the winds to pass without fearing them. She planted with care, then stepped back, letting nature weave its own intricate, invisible patterns. That year, her harvest was the richest she had ever seen, not because she fought for it, but because she finally trusted the current that had always been carrying her. The sacred insight hidden in Emily's discovery is this: life is a gentle current already moving in the direction of your highest good. It does not need to be forced, corrected, or micromanaged. It needs only your trust. When you thrash against it with fear and doubt, you exhaust yourself and miss the subtle ways it is guiding you. But when you relax into its flow, you find yourself effortlessly moved toward opportunities, connections, and outcomes you could never have orchestrated on your own. The gentle current is always there, always flowing, even when storms rise or the path seems unclear. It is the invisible thread that connects your dreams to their fulfillment, weaving circumstances together in ways that often make sense only in hindsight. Trusting it requires patience, openness, and a willingness to release the illusion that you must control every twist and turn. When you surrender to the gentle current, you live in harmony with the deeper intelligence of life. You no longer panic when obstacles appear because you understand that the current knows how to move around them. You no longer despair when plans fall apart because you sense that something better is quietly unfolding. Trusting that life already knows the way is not a passive resignation. It is the greatest act of faith, a partnership with a universe that has been carrying you all along, waiting only for you to float instead of fight. In the sun-dappled hills of 1936, Sonoma Samuel Pierce spent his days trying to build a vineyard from rocky soil and stubborn vines. Every morning he rose with the sun, his hands blistered from relentless labor, his mind racing with strategies to force the grapes to grow faster, stronger, better. He adjusted the irrigation endlessly, trimmed the vines back aggressively, barked orders at the workers to move quicker, to do more. Samuel believed that nature could be hurried if only he applied enough pressure, enough insistence, enough sheer will. Yet the more he pushed, the more the vines seemed to resist, yielding thin, bitter fruit that left his barrels mostly empty come harvest. One evening, after a long day spent battling the land, Samuel sat alone on the porch, a glass of poor wine in hand, watching the nearby river move quietly through the valley. It flowed without force, without struggle, curving gracefully around bends, slipping easily over rocks, never rushing, never lagging. It was steady, inevitable, wise in a way Samuel had never allowed himself to be. In that still moment, a revelation crept into his tired heart. He had been trying to push a river that already knew where it was going. That season, Samuel changed. He stopped fighting the vines, stopped demanding that nature follow his timetable. He observed instead of commanded. He listened instead of dictated. He allowed the vineyard to breathe, to find its own rhythm. Some vines thrived immediately, others needed more time. He no longer treated the slow ones as failures, but as part of a larger unfolding he could not fully see. By the next harvest, the grapes were richer, fuller, carrying the deep sweetness that only comes from patience and trust. The sacred insight flowing through Samuel's transformation is this: life is like the river, and no amount of pushing will make it move faster than it is meant to. Pressure does not accelerate growth, it constricts it. Urgency does not create abundance, it suffocates it. Life flows best when you release the need to speed it up, when you surrender your anxious timelines and allow the deeper currents to shape your journey. Pushing the river is an act of distrust, a silent declaration that you believe life must be bullied into blessing you. But the river needs no such interference. It already knows how to find the sea. Your dreams, your growth, your unfolding, they too are carried by an unseen momentum that cannot be forced without distortion. When you stop pushing the river, you start moving with it. You discover that what once seemed impossible begins to happen naturally, that doors open with ease, that solutions arise without struggle. You find yourself where you were always meant to be, not because you fought your way there, but because you allowed yourself to be carried by the wisdom that was always guiding you. Trust in the quiet current beneath all things. Trust that what is yours will find you without strain. When you stop pushing, you begin arriving, not late, not early, but precisely on time in the graceful unfolding of a life lived in harmony with its own perfect flow. In the sun-bleached courtyards of 1943, Santa Barbara, Evelyn Monroe tended a small pottery studio tucked away from the busy town square. Her pieces were beautiful, shaped with skill and care, yet for years they sat unsold, collecting dust on the worn wooden shelves. Every morning she would open her doors with a desperate hope clinging to her chest, her smile tight, her words hurried as she tried to convince each visitor to buy. She thought that if she could just want it badly enough, If she could only push a little harder, success would finally open its arms to her. But day after day, the customers came and went, leaving empty-handed, and Evelyn's heart grew heavier with each passing season. One afternoon, after a morning of failed transactions and forced conversations, Evelyn sat in the center of her shop and allowed herself to fall completely still. No planning, no pushing, no trying. For the first time, she let go of the exhausting need to make something happen. She simply sat among her creations and admired them, not as products to be sold, but as expressions of something beautiful, something already complete. In that surrendered stillness, a shift stirred in the space around her, subtle but undeniable. The very next day, a woman wandered into the studio, drawn not by a sales pitch but by the quiet atmosphere that seemed to hum with authenticity. She bought 3 pieces without hesitation. Word spread quickly. Within weeks, Evelyn's studio transformed from a place of striving into a sanctuary of effortless attraction. Clients flowed in not because she chased them, but because she had finally created space for them to arrive. The sacred insight revealed through Evelyn's quiet awakening is this: true attraction requires releasing, not forcing. When you clutch at what you want with desperation, you create a barrier between you and its arrival. Your energy screams of need, of absence, of lack and life, which mirrors your internal state with perfect fidelity, responds by keeping your desires just out of reach. Receiving demands that you let go, not of the desire itself, but of the urgency, the need to control its arrival. It is about trusting that what is meant for you is already seeking you, and that your role is not to chase, but to become a space where receiving is natural, inevitable, effortless. The paradox of manifestation is simple yet profound. When you no longer need something to arrive in order to feel whole, it arrives. When you relax the hand that clutches, the universe can place treasures in your open palm. When you stop shouting for life's attention, life whispers opportunities into your ear with stunning gentleness. To attract without effort is to embody trust so deeply that you become magnetic to the very things you once strained to reach. It is to live in the knowing that you are already enough, already worthy, already connected to the currents that carry all things home. In releasing the chase, you allow yourself to be found, and in being found, you realize that what you sought was never outside you. It was always waiting for you to stop trying and simply allow it to come in. In the dim, smoky lounges of 1932 Chicago, Marcus Reed played piano every evening for a restless crowd that rarely listened. No matter how passionately he performed, how feverishly his fingers danced over the keys, the conversations and clinking glasses drowned out his music. Each night he fought against the noise, adding more flourishes, more volume, hoping to demand their attention through the force of his effort. Yet the more he fought, the more invisible he seemed to become. His frustration grew like a silent storm inside him, and so did his sense of defeat. One night, after a particularly disheartening set, Marcus packed up his sheet music, ready to walk away for good. But before he could leave, an old man approached him, someone who had been sitting quietly in the corner. "You're trying too hard to be heard," he said, his voice low and steady. "True magic doesn't shout, it draws." Those few words landed deeper than any applause Marcus had ever sought. The next evening, Marcus returned to the piano with a different spirit. He did not play to overpower the noise. He played for the sheer love of the music itself. He let the notes fall gently into the air, unhurried, unforced. His presence became still, almost magnetic in its calm. Slowly a change swept through the room. Conversations quieted, heads turned. By the end of the night, the only sound was the delicate hush of the final notes settling into the dim air and the slow, deliberate applause that followed. The sacred insight born from Marcus's transformation is this: the deepest magnetism is found not in noise, not in reaction, but in silence. When you resist the urge to shout, to scramble, to demand recognition, you enter a different vibration, one that draws miracles toward you with quiet inevitability. Non-reaction is not weakness. It is a profound act of mastery. It is the understanding that you are already whole, already powerful, and that life responds not to your struggle, but to your stillness. When you react to every disturbance, you scatter your energy. You chase after life, believing you must convince it to bless you. But when you anchor yourself in magnetic silence, when you trust that you do not need to pursue what is already destined for you, you become a beacon rather than a beggar. Opportunities that once ran from your frantic hands now find their way to your door. Non-reaction is the highest form of trust. It says to the universe, I am so certain of who I am and what is meant for me that I do not need to fight for it. And the universe, hearing that certainty, rushes to fill the space you have left open. When you hold yourself in magnetic silence, miracles have room to approach. Doors open not because you beat them down, but because your stillness calls to the deeper rhythms of life. You become the calm at the center of the storm, the lighthouse in the dark, the quiet force that draws everything needed to fulfill your destiny without a word, without a struggle, without lifting anything but the steady light of your unwavering presence. In the bustling streets of 1945 New York, Margaret Ellis rushed from meeting to meeting, her mind a constant whirlwind of strategies and contingencies. She had built her career on careful planning, on predicting every possible outcome, and tightening her grip until success had no choice but to comply. But lately, despite her endless calculations, cracks had begun to form. Opportunities slipped through her fingers, promises unraveled. Each day, it seemed, the more she planned, the less certain anything became. Her need to control outcomes had turned her ambition into a slow, suffocating collapse. One evening, after a meeting canceled at the last moment, Margaret found herself wandering aimlessly through Central Park. The autumn leaves fell around her, drifting without urgency, settling exactly where the breeze carried them. She sat on a bench and watched as a young boy, holding a handful of balloons, released one into the sky. She expected him to cry out or chase after it, but he only laughed, his joy untouched by the balloon's departure. In that simple moment, something cracked open inside her. What if, she wondered, life responded not to her forceful grip, but to her willingness to let go? The next day, Margaret tried a different approach. She still showed up. She still did her work. But she stopped tethering her happiness to the outcomes. She released the obsessive need for things to unfold exactly as she imagined. She prepared with care, acted with clarity, and then, most importantly, she let go. No pleading, no grasping, no desperate clinging to what must happen next. Within weeks, a surprising shift began to unfold. Clients who had once seemed hesitant moved forward with enthusiasm. Unexpected offers appeared without warning. Projects blossomed without her needing to micromanage every detail. The energy she had spent controlling every possible future was now free to create a present so much richer than her old plans had ever allowed. The sacred insight that revealed itself through Margaret's transformation is timeless. True power lies in releasing the outcome. When you cling to a particular result, you close yourself off from the countless ways the universe might want to deliver something even better. Control is rooted in fear, the fear that without your constant supervision, life will betray you. But life is not an enemy to be subdued. It is an ally that works best when given room to breathe. Releasing the outcome is not abandoning your dreams. It is honoring them enough to trust that their fulfillment does not rest solely on your anxious vigilance. It is stepping into the present moment with openness, allowing life's intelligence to orchestrate possibilities beyond what your mind can predict. When you release the outcome, you step into freedom. You move not with frantic urgency, but with graceful certainty. You stop measuring your worth by external milestones and start living in the steady trust that what is meant for you cannot be lost. In letting go, you do not lose power, you magnify it. You move in rhythm with a universe that always knew the way, long before you tried to force it into shape. In the warm, dusty fields of 1937 Kansas, James Whitfield spent his mornings tending to the rows of wheat he hoped would pull his family out of hardship. Each season, he worked harder than the last, planting earlier, watering more, coaxing the earth to yield its bounty. He read every almanac he could find, calculated the perfect days to sow and reap, believing that if he acted quickly enough, intensely enough, he could beat nature to her own timing. But year after year, the crops disappointed him. Early frosts, sudden droughts, and unexpected winds seemed to sabotage his plans, leaving him bewildered and bitter. He could not understand why his effort, his endless trying, produced so little. One afternoon, after another ruined harvest, James sat beside the river that ran along the edge of his property. He watched as its waters moved effortlessly, bending around fallen branches, slipping over stones without resistance or hesitation. The river did not hurry. It did not fight to rush ahead of itself. It simply moved with a rhythm older and wiser than any man's plans. In the deep quiet that settled around him, James realized a truth he had never seen before. Trying to control timing was like trying to push the river upstream. The harder he fought, the more he worked against the natural flow of life. From that season forward, James did something radical. He stopped trying to outpace the earth. He listened to the soil, to the sky, to the quiet signals that had always been there, but that his frantic mind had drowned out. He planted when it felt right, not just when the calendar told him to. He moved with the unseen rhythm instead of against it. Slowly, the land responded. Crops grew stronger, the harvests became more abundant, and James, once exhausted by the endless battle against time, found himself moving through his days with a grace and ease he had never known. The sacred insight hidden within James's transformation is this: trying often blocks timing because it is rooted in distrust. When you believe that your desired outcome will not come unless you force it, you fall out of sync with the deeper currents that already know when and how to deliver it. Life has a rhythm, a cadence invisible to the eye but deeply felt by the soul. When you move in frantic effort, you step out of time with that rhythm, missing the doors that open precisely when you are willing to wait, to watch, to feel. Learning to move with the unseen rhythm requires a different kind of strength. The strength to pause, to listen, to act when inspired, and to wait when the way is not yet clear. It is the humility to recognize that there are forces at work far beyond your mind's calculations. When you surrender the illusion that timing must be controlled, you discover that what is meant for you arrives not late, not early, but exactly on time. The river does not need your urgency to reach the sea. Neither does your destiny need your frantic trying to find you. It only asks that you trust the flow already carrying you there. In the bustling heart of 1934 Atlanta, Helen Morris built a thriving dress shop with sheer willpower and tireless devotion. She prided herself on her independence, on her ability to create abundance through effort alone. Yet beneath her polished smile and gleaming storefront windows, a quiet hunger gnawed at her spirit. Every transaction, every new client carried a silent thread of need. The need to be chosen, to be validated, to be seen as successful. She measured her worth in daily sales and polite compliments, binding her happiness to numbers that rose and fell like fickle tides. The more she needed approval, the more exhausting it became to maintain the glittering image of prosperity. One rainy afternoon, Helen watched from behind her counter as a customer admired a dress, complimented it warmly, and then walked out without buying. Instead of the familiar pang of disappointment, something unexpected stirred within her. A strange, quiet freedom. She realized, standing there in the heavy silence, that her value had not diminished because one woman chose to leave. The dress was still beautiful. She was still worthy. The approval she had spent years chasing was never truly needed at all. That moment became a turning point. Helen decided to shift the way she moved through her days. She continued to create, to serve, but she no longer tied her joy to the outcomes. She released the silent expectation that every conversation must lead to a sale, that every compliment must affirm her worth. Slowly, a new kind of wealth began to rise within her, an inner richness that no external fluctuation could disturb. Customers, sensing the shift in her energy, responded differently. They lingered longer, returned more often, recommended her to friends not because they felt coerced, but because they felt her calm confidence and wanted to be near it. The sacred insight that revealed itself through Helen's transformation is this: true wealth begins the moment you no longer need. Needing broadcasts emptiness, lack, and scarcity. It wraps invisible chains around your spirit, binding you to the endless chase for something outside yourself, to complete what you believe is missing. But when you move into the art of not needing, you unlock an inner abundance so profound that the outer world naturally reflects it. Not needing does not mean not desiring. You can still dream, still aspire, still welcome prosperity in all its forms. But you are no longer hostage to it. You know that your wholeness is not up for negotiation. You know that your worth is not a variable to be proved by outcomes. You carry within you a certainty, a quiet richness that becomes magnetic to opportunities, people, and experiences that match your self-sufficient vibration. When you release need, you become an open vessel through which life can flow freely. You are no longer chasing, you are attracting. You are no longer begging, you are receiving. In the art of not needing, you step into the truest kind of wealth, the kind that cannot be lost, stolen, or diminished, because it was never outside you to begin with. It was always the treasure buried quietly within your own heart, waiting for you to stop searching and simply claim it. In the crisp autumn mornings of 1938 Edinburgh, Daniel McAllister walked the cobbled streets selling newspapers, his cap pulled low against the chill. Daniel had dreams larger than the gray skies overhead, dreams of writing for the very papers he sold. Every day he rehearsed how he would approach the editors, how he would convince them with perfect words and unwavering ambition. Yet each time he gathered the courage, something inside him tightened and the moment slipped away. His attempts felt rehearsed, hollow, as though he were performing a role he didn't fully believe in. Despite all his careful planning, life seemed stubbornly unmoved by his effort. One morning, after dropping a stack of papers in the street and laughing at the absurdity of his own clumsiness, Daniel found himself speaking with a man who helped him gather the pages. They chatted easily, without pretense. It was only later that Daniel learned the man was the editor-in-chief of one of the city's largest papers. There was no pitch that day, no carefully crafted speech. There was only a genuine connection, born of authenticity, and within a week, Daniel was offered a chance to submit his first article. The sacred insight woven through Daniel's experience is subtle but powerful. Destiny responds not to forced action, but to natural movement. There is a profound difference between acting and acting without acting. The first is rooted in self-consciousness, in effort distorted by fear and ambition. The second arises from a state of being so aligned, so genuine, that action becomes effortless, an extension of who you already are rather than a performance designed to achieve something. When you act with hidden agendas or desperate need, life senses the distortion. Opportunities slip away, not because you are unworthy, but because the frequency you emit is not in harmony with the reality you seek. But when you act from a place of inner certainty, when your movements are simply expressions of your true self, rather than tactics to control outcomes, life responds with startling speed and precision. Acting without acting is the art of alignment over ambition. It is speaking not to impress, but to connect. It is moving not to secure a prize, but because the movement itself feels inevitable. It is trusting that who you are, without extra layers of effort or manipulation, is already enough to call forth the experiences meant for you. Destiny is shaped not by the volume of your effort, but by the authenticity of your presence. When you stop trying to engineer every interaction and instead show up fully, without masks or strategies, the world can finally see you, and it responds to what is real with real opportunities. In the quiet confidence of acting without acting, you slip into the current of your own becoming. You find that the doors you once battered open now swing wide at your arrival, not because you pushed harder, but because you stopped pushing altogether. In that gentle surrender to who you already are, destiny recognizes you and rushes to meet you halfway. In the dusty mining towns of 1931 Nevada, Elijah Boone was known as the man who never stopped moving. From sunrise to well past nightfall, he labored with a fierce determination, believing that success was a game won by those who worked the hardest and the longest. He shoveled earth, mended equipment, and raced to chase down every glint of promise the rocky hills might reveal. Yet despite his tireless motion, fortune seemed to dance always just out of reach. Deals fell apart, veins of silver dried up, and Elijah was left wondering how so much action could yield so little reward. One blistering afternoon, exhausted beyond anything he had ever known, Elijah collapsed against a boulder overlooking the silent desert. For the first time in years, he could not move. He had no strength left to dig, to run, to chase. He sat in the crushing heat, motionless, his breath slowing, his thoughts unraveling into the vast quiet that stretched beyond the visible horizon. As he stared into the stillness, he noticed something he had never taken time to see before. The mountains themselves, unmoving, had shaped the course of rivers, commanded the passage of winds, and determined the paths of men. Without lifting a stone, without straining, without chasing, they altered the destiny of everything around them simply by being. Something profound shifted within Elijah that day. He realized that stillness was not weakness. It was a force more potent than all his frantic effort combined. In the days that followed, he stopped racing blindly toward every opportunity and began moving only when the movement arose naturally. He spent hours in contemplation, listening to the land, studying its quiet signs. He made fewer decisions, but each one was precise, powerful, and effective. Before long, Elijah found himself partnering in ventures that prospered effortlessly, not because he worked harder, but because he had learned to wait for the right current before stepping in. The sacred insight carved into Elijah's story is this: standing still is not the absence of progress. It is the gathering of true power. Stillness allows life to catch up to you. It creates the conditions for clarity to emerge, for intuition to speak, for opportunities to align without interference. Movement without wisdom scatters energy. Stillness concentrates it. In a world that glorifies constant action, the art of standing still becomes a revolutionary power. It is a quiet refusal to move in fear or frenzy. It is the choice to trust that the mountain moves rivers not by chasing them, but by its very presence. When you cultivate stillness, you anchor yourself in the center of your own gravity. Life begins to revolve around your certainty. The doors that frantic effort could never pry open swing wide for the one who waits, with unwavering patience and deep trust. Mountains do not need to run after rivers. They simply are, and in being, they shape everything around them. In the stillness you fear to enter lies the very power you seek. Stand still and watch how life rearranges itself to meet you. In the fog-laced mornings of 1930 Seattle, Henry Lawson toiled endlessly on the docks, hauling crates, repairing ships, chasing extra hours wherever he could find them. His life was a blur of effort, a constant race to secure a better future through sheer determination. Henry believed that if he struggled hard enough, he could climb out of the life he had been born into. Yet despite his unyielding work ethic, progress came slowly, each step forward undone by an unexpected setback. His body wore the bruises of his effort, and his spirit, though stubborn, grew increasingly frayed and exhausted. One evening, after a long shift left him nearly unable to stand, Henry sat alone at the edge of the pier, watching the incoming tide. He noticed how the waves rolled effortlessly toward the shore, pulled not by struggle, but by an unseen force. The ocean did not strain to meet the land. It moved with a certainty that needed no effort to accomplish its journey. In the hush of that twilight hour, Henry felt the weight of his own struggle more clearly than ever. He realized he had been scattering his energy in 1,000 desperate directions, never giving himself the stillness required to truly receive the life he was trying so hard to force into existence. In the days that followed, Henry made a quiet but radical decision. He still worked, but he abandoned the frantic energy that had driven him. He chose his efforts more carefully. He rested when rest called. He trusted that all he had planted would grow without him having to wrestle every inch of soil. As he centered himself, strange things began to happen. Opportunities that once required endless chasing found their way to him. An older dockmaster, impressed by Henry's calm steadiness, offered him a management position. The same men who once overlooked him now sought his guidance. His world, once resistant and chaotic, began to organize itself around the centered energy he had finally cultivated. The sacred insight flowing through Henry's transformation is this: struggle scatters your energy, fragmenting your focus, dispersing your power into 1,000 shallow efforts. Struggle signals to life that you do not trust the forces quietly working in your favor. It is born from the fear that without your frantic hands controlling every moment, nothing will come to pass. Yet the truth is that the more you struggle, the more disjointed your path becomes. Surrender, true surrender, does not mean giving up on your dreams. It means gathering your scattered energy back into yourself, standing firm in the knowing that life will meet your stillness with opportunities you could never have wrestled into place. It is a gathering of power, not a loss of it. It is moving from many frantic arrows fired blindly into the night to one steady flame that illuminates the path ahead with ease and certainty. When you surrender, you no longer waste your energy fighting the current. You become the anchor, the steady force around which all things organize themselves naturally. Struggle fractures, surrender concentrates. In that concentration, you become a force so calm and so clear that the very structure of your life bends to meet you, drawn not by your effort, but by the magnetic pull of your unwavering trust. In the fading twilight of 1935 Savannah, Robert Langley closed the heavy doors of his small bookstore, a familiar ache settling into his chest. For years, he had nurtured a vision of the shop thriving, a warm place where ideas bloomed and community gathered. He believed in it with all his heart, speaking life into the dream, even when only a trickle of customers crossed his worn threshold. Every night he visualized bustling aisles and eager readers, yet each morning the reality remained the same: quiet, sparse, heavy with the stubborn silence of unfulfilled hopes. Doubt began to whisper that maybe belief wasn't enough. Maybe he needed to do more, to push harder, to force life into catching up. One evening, too tired to argue with himself, Robert sat by the dusty window and simply allowed the doubt to pass without feeding it. He looked around at the empty chairs and realized something crucial. His belief was strong, yes, but he had been standing in the field where he had just planted seeds, shouting at the earth to hurry. He had forgotten that even the surest seeds take time to reach the surface. Growth was not born from force. It was born from trust that even unseen, life was unfolding. From that night on, Robert changed his posture toward his dream. He did not abandon it, nor did he hustle to demand its arrival. Instead, he acted each day as if he were simply walking toward a harvest already destined to bloom. He tended the store with the same care he imagined he would when it was full. He greeted each customer, however few, with the warmth of a man who already lived inside the reality he had claimed. And slowly, almost invisibly at first, something shifted. A teacher began hosting reading circles there. A publisher stumbled upon the shop and offered to feature it in a local magazine. What once seemed inert began to stir with life, not because Robert forced it, but because he allowed time and space for the unseen roots of his belief to anchor themselves deeply before breaking through the surface. The sacred insight blooming through Robert's quiet perseverance is this: there is always a delay between belief and manifestation. Reality needs time to rearrange itself around the new frequency you embody. When you believe but then panic because the evidence has not yet appeared, you uproot the seeds with your doubt. But when you maintain your belief through the silence, through the stillness, you allow reality the room it needs to catch up. Manifestation is not a magic trick. It is a process of energetic alignment followed by material reflection. The invisible shifts first, and only then does the visible world follow. Your task is not to accelerate the process by force, but to remain steady, to tend to the invisible roots with your unwavering certainty. When you trust that life is already conspiring on your behalf, you no longer feel the desperate need to hurry it along. You become patient, not out of resignation, but out of profound knowing. In that patience, reality gathers its forces, arranges its pieces, and finally rises to meet you, delivering what was already yours the moment you dared to believe. In the rain-slicked streets of 1939 Portland, Ruth Emerson moved through her days like a soldier marching through a storm. She pushed her way through long hours at the textile mill, bargained fiercely at the market, and wrestled with every obstacle that stood between her and the future she imagined. Ruth believed that life was a battle to be won, that success and happiness belonged only to those willing to outfight and outlast every hardship. Yet beneath her iron resolve, exhaustion wove itself through her bones, and a quiet despair whispered through the cracks of her carefully constructed armor. No matter how hard she pushed, life seemed to resist her at every turn. One evening, after a grueling day that had yielded nothing but frustration, Ruth wandered into the empty pews of a small, aging church. She sank into the quiet, letting the silence wrap around her like a forgotten comfort. There, on the altar, a bouquet of wild flowers sat in a chipped vase, vibrant and unbothered by the broken stone and peeling paint around them. They had not fought their way into existence. They had not forced the earth to birth them. They had received the rain, the sun, the soil, and they had bloomed. A revelation, soft but unshakable, took root in Ruth's heart. She saw for the first time that all her pushing against life had drained her not because she lacked strength, but because she was moving against the very nature of creation itself. Life was not meant to be conquered. It was meant to be received. In the weeks that followed, Ruth began to move differently. She still worked, but she released the constant urgency that had once filled every action. She allowed space for things to come to her. She stopped treating every interaction as a battlefield and started opening herself to genuine connection. She no longer strained to make things happen, but prepared her life to receive what was meant for her. And slowly, life began to respond. A better position opened at the mill, without her having to claw for it. Friends she had once kept at arm's length drew closer. Opportunities arose, not through force, but through an unexpected grace. The sacred insight that unfolded in Ruth's transformation is this: pushing against life drains you because it fights the natural flow of receiving. Creation is not born from constant friction. It blooms from openness, from the willingness to trust and allow. When you push, you affirm a belief that life is separate from you, that it must be coerced into giving. But when you receive, you align with the truth that life already wishes to bless you, if you will only stop blocking it with your frantic struggle. Learning to receive is an act of strength, not passivity. It requires the courage to soften, to trust, to create space where grace can land. In the space where force once ruled, peace grows. In the stillness where pushing once thundered, gifts arrive. When you move from force to flow, you stop bleeding energy into a battle that never needed to be fought, and you step into the quiet, inexhaustible power of simply allowing life to meet you. In the stone-paved alleys of 1936 Lisbon, Sofia Mendes labored over the construction of her small cafe. Every tile, every chair, every line of the menu was orchestrated by her hand alone. She inspected deliveries twice, rewrote contracts, and hovered over workers as they hung paintings on the walls. Sofia carried the weight of every decision like a pack upon her back, believing that if she did not control every detail, her dream would surely crumble. The cafe opened after months of painstaking effort, but instead of feeling triumphant, Sofia felt hollow, strained, as if she had erected not a sanctuary, but a fortress built against her own fear. In the months that followed, the cafe struggled. Despite all her planning, customers trickled in sporadically, opportunities slid past unnoticed, and no matter how many adjustments Sofia made, something vital seemed missing. One evening, defeated and tired, she wandered the quiet streets, her footsteps slow against the soft hum of the city. She found herself seated by a crumbling old cathedral, its stones weathered by centuries of storms, yet still standing with a serene, ageless grace. No architect had hovered here, rearranging the winds or micromanaging the rains. This place had been built, and then life had taken over, shaping it in ways no human hand could have foreseen. Sitting there in the shadow of something much older and wiser than herself, Sofia realized the flaw in her approach. She had built her dream as if she alone bore the knowledge of how it must unfold. She had trusted only her mind, her strategies, her limited sight. She had not left space for the unseen intelligence that moves through all things, the vast wisdom that arranges stars and seasons, births forests, and carves rivers through stone. From that day on, Sofia did something radical. She still showed up, still worked, but she surrendered the suffocating need to control every outcome. She trusted that the cafe had a life of its own, and that life, if given the space, would find its way. She made decisions guided by inspiration rather than fear, allowed unexpected ideas to take root, and welcomed the subtle signs that life offered her. And slowly, the cafe transformed. A local poet began hosting readings there. Musicians gathered on weekends. Tourists stumbled upon the place and spread its name without Sofia ever having planned it. It became a living thing, richer and more vibrant than anything she could have designed alone. The sacred insight woven through Sofia's awakening is this: you are not meant to be the sole architect of your dreams. You are the dreamer, the builder of foundations, but the universe itself must be allowed to complete the masterpiece. Higher intelligence weaves connections you cannot see, times events with a precision you cannot fathom, and prepares pathways your mind is too narrow to imagine. Letting the universe be the architect requires humility, trust, and the willingness to acknowledge that you are working with forces infinitely wiser than your plans. It is the art of dancing with the unseen, of laying down your bricks with care, then stepping back to let the cathedral rise, not just from your vision, but from the boundless imagination of life itself. In that sacred partnership, your dreams become more than you ever dared to design. They become alive. In the gray mornings of 1933 Detroit, Arthur Hale trudged through the city streets, his pockets nearly empty and his heart heavy with ambition. He dreamed of opening his own tailor shop, a modest place where his craft could shine. Each day he scoured the city for opportunities, pitching himself to strangers, sending letters, knocking on doors with a relentless urgency. Arthur believed that if he just tried hard enough, life would reward his effort. But the more he tried, the more doors seemed to close. Promising conversations evaporated, small opportunities crumbled into nothing. His spirit, once burning bright, flickered low with each passing month. One bitter afternoon, after yet another fruitless meeting, Arthur sat on a crumbling bench in the city square, watching pigeons flutter lazily between the stones. An elderly man feeding the birds glanced at him and said, without preamble, "You're trying too hard, son. You're telling life you don't trust it." The words landed sharper than any rejection letter. Arthur had never thought of his trying as anything but noble. Yet sitting there in the cold, he realized that beneath all his frantic action was a silent energy he had never dared to admit, a deep fear that he would not be provided for unless he clawed his way to every scrap. From that day forward, Arthur began to change. He still pursued his dream, but the energy behind his actions shifted. He moved from desperation to quiet certainty. He no longer chased every opportunity, but waited for the ones that resonated. He spoke about his future shop not with the grasping tone of hope, but with the steady voice of inevitability. He acted as someone who knew it was already his, waiting only for the right door to swing open. And swing open it did. Within weeks, a friend of a former client offered him a small space to rent at a fraction of the usual cost. Customers seemed to find him without effort. The city that once felt like a wall now felt like a river, carrying him forward. The sacred insight glowing through Arthur's story is simple but transformative. Trying, when rooted in fear, tells life that you believe you do not have what you seek. Every strained action, every desperate grasp, is a silent broadcast of lack. And because the universe reflects back the frequency you emit, it continues to mirror that lack, keeping fulfillment just out of reach. True manifestation arises from being, not begging, from moving through life as if you already hold what you desire within your hands. When you embody having rather than lacking, life has no choice but to match your vibration. Trying born from trust looks very different than trying born from fear. It is light, intentional, and calm. It does not claw or beg. It moves with the quiet certainty of someone who already knows the destination is assured. When you shift from, "I must try to get," to, "I act because it is already mine," life responds differently. It stops holding your dreams at a distance and begins delivering them into the reality you have finally made ready by the silent, unwavering energy of knowing. In the worn cobblestone squares of 1937 Prague, Elena Vos spent her afternoons sketching portraits for a few coins, her small easel perched at the edge of a bustling marketplace. She dreamed of studying art formally, of traveling beyond the narrow alleys she knew by heart. Every day she poured her longing into her work, sketching faster, advertising harder, trying to pull her dreams toward her through sheer persistence. Yet no matter how intensely she pushed, the opportunities she craved remained elusive, like mist dissolving at her fingertips. One chilly morning, as Elena wrestled with her disappointment, an old man approached her booth. He watched silently as she hurried to finish a portrait for a distracted customer. When the canvas was handed over, the old man spoke softly. "You are not here," he said. "You are always reaching. Stop reaching. Be here." Confused and slightly irritated, Elena nodded politely, but his words sank deeper than she expected. Later that evening, as twilight settled over the city and the crowds thinned, Elena sat quietly by the Vltava River. She allowed herself to stop striving, stop planning, stop rehearsing the future. For the first time in a long while, she let herself be fully present. She listened to the soft lapping of the water, the distant chatter of cafe patrons, the scratch of her own pencil against a fresh sheet of paper. She drew not to achieve anything, but to savor the act of creation itself. In that space of pure presence, something inside her softened, expanded. Over the next weeks, everything began to change. Tourists who had once passed by without a glance now paused, captivated by her work. A gallery owner noticed her sketches and offered to display them. Opportunities she had once strained for appeared effortlessly, like leaves carried downstream. The sacred insight that illuminated itself through Elena's quiet shift is this: manifestation does not happen through desperate striving toward the future. It happens through deep, surrendered presence in the now. The paradox of presence is that when you stop chasing outcomes and fully root yourself in the richness of the present moment, you create the perfect energetic conditions for your future to blossom. When you are present, you radiate a frequency of fullness, not lack. You signal to life that you are already complete, already abundant, already resonant with the reality you seek. And because life mirrors your inner state with exquisite accuracy, it rushes to meet you with experiences that match your state of being. Surrender is not a passive giving up. It is an active trust that what you desire is already moving toward you, and that your role is not to chase it into existence, but to become the version of yourself who naturally lives inside that reality. Presence anchors you in that version. When you surrender to the now, you open the portal through which the future you long for can arrive. It no longer needs to be wrestled into being. It is drawn to you, magnetized by your wholeness, delivered faster and more gracefully than all your frantic plans ever could have managed. In presence, life finds you. In surrender, life reveals itself. In the dusty outskirts of 1941 Tucson, Clara Jennings tended to a modest pottery studio where she spent her days shaping clay into bowls and vases with a quiet intensity. Each piece was crafted with precision, her hands tightening, adjusting, perfecting every curve. She worked endlessly, believing that the tighter she controlled each creation, the more likely it would bring her recognition, customers, success. Yet despite her efforts, the shelves of her shop remained lined with unsold pieces, and the life she envisioned hovered just beyond her reach, stubborn and unmoved. One afternoon, after a particularly frustrating day spent repairing cracks and correcting imperfections, Clara walked out into the wide desert beyond her studio. She sat beneath a solitary mesquite tree and stared at the endless sky, so vast, so open, holding everything yet grasping nothing. In the silence, she realized how small her studio had felt lately, not just in space, but in spirit. She had been trying to squeeze life into forms she deemed acceptable, clenching too tightly around her desires. In her need to control, she had left no space for anything unexpected, anything greater, to arrive. The next morning, Clara returned to her studio with a different spirit. She still shaped the clay, but she allowed it to flow more freely, trusting the natural curves that emerged rather than imposing her rigid expectations. She rearranged her studio, clearing space not just physically but emotionally, releasing her grip on how her success must look or when it must come. She became, without fully realizing it, the space into which new possibilities could enter. Within a few weeks, the energy of her shop transformed. Customers lingered longer, drawn to the ease that now infused her work. A traveling gallery owner stumbled upon her studio and commissioned a full collection. Friends of friends began arriving, bringing laughter, music, and opportunities that Clara could never have mapped out through force alone. Her world expanded not because she had pushed harder, but because she had let go. The sacred insight gently woven through Clara's experience is this: true expansion happens not through accumulation or control, but through surrender. You do not grow by clenching tighter. You grow by becoming the space, wide open, ready for life to pour into. When you let go of the need to dictate every outcome, when you release the small containers you have built for your dreams, you allow reality to fill you with more than you could have imagined. Becoming the space means trusting the unseen architecture of life. It means believing that the universe can decorate your empty shelves with treasures far greater than anything you could have forced into place. It is an act of courage to let go, to clear the room where life can dance freely. Expansion does not come from the frantic gathering of pieces. It comes from stepping back, widening your arms and allowing life to fill the openness you have so bravely created. In becoming the space, you invite the miraculous not as a rare visitor, but as a natural, inevitable guest. In the vibrant markets of 1932 Marrakesh, Amir Khalid weaved through the stalls each morning, selling hand-woven rugs his family had crafted for generations. Every sale mattered to him, every coin was counted, and every customer who hesitated or walked away left a sting in his chest. Amir approached each transaction with an air of desperation, masked behind practiced smiles, believing that if he wanted the sale enough, if he pressed hard enough, fortune would favor him. Yet more often than not, buyers slipped away, drawn instead to the quieter stalls, where the merchants seemed almost indifferent to the outcome. One evening, after a long day of strained negotiations and empty pockets, Amir sat outside the city walls, watching the caravans disappear into the desert. In the deepening silence, he realized something uncomfortable. He had made the sale more important than the spirit behind it. He had invested his peace, his self-worth, his entire sense of security into every passing opportunity, and in doing so, had unknowingly pushed them away. His wanting had been too loud. It had drowned out the very energy of abundance he longed to attract. The next morning, Amir tried something different. He arranged his rugs neatly, but let go of the need for each one to sell. He welcomed customers warmly, but detached from whether they stayed, browsed, or bought. He engaged with them out of curiosity rather than calculation, leaving space for them to come and go without pulling at their sleeves. To his astonishment, buyers who once hurried past now lingered, drawn to the easy energy he exuded. By midday, he had sold more rugs than he usually did in a week. The sacred insight woven through Amir's quiet transformation is this: wanting less does not mean abandoning your dreams. It means releasing the anxious grip around them. True abundance flows to those who need it the least, not because they are indifferent, but because their energy radiates trust, sufficiency, and freedom. When you detach from the outcome, you create a magnetic space where opportunities feel invited rather than coerced. Wanting something too much sends a signal of lack, of not having, of inner emptiness reaching outward. The universe responds not to your words or your pleas, but to the frequency you hold. Neediness repels. Detachment attracts. It is not the cold detachment of apathy, but the warm, open detachment of trust. It says, I desire this, but I am whole with or without it. I invite it joyfully, not desperately. When you want less, you signal to life that you already live in abundance. You move through the world with the ease of one who knows that what is meant for them cannot be missed. You stop grabbing at moments, and instead, moments find you. You stop clutching at possibilities, and possibilities embrace you. In the quiet power of detachment, you free yourself from the exhausting cycle of need and scarcity. You become a field of quiet richness, where life, sensing no demand, feels safe to enter and give generously. Want less, and paradoxically, you receive more, not because you tried harder, but because you finally remembered you were never truly lacking to begin with. In the sun-warmed vineyards of 1939, Provence, Isabelle Fournier spent her days tending to rows of grapes, dreaming of the day her small family winery would rise to prominence. Each morning she walked the fields, adjusting vines, inspecting leaves, calculating harvests with an anxious heart. She worked tirelessly, believing that the more she interfered, the closer she would draw her success. Yet no matter how many adjustments she made, no matter how many schedules she forced upon the land, nature often defied her. Late frosts came without warning. Rains soaked the soil against her careful plans, and the more she interfered, the more unpredictable her harvests seemed to become. One afternoon, after a season of disappointing yields, Isabel found herself sitting in the shade of an old olive tree, watching the workers who tended the neighboring fields. She noticed how they moved differently, more slowly, more gently, intervening only when truly needed. They allowed the earth to find its own rhythm, stepping in not to control but to support. Their vines thrived, fuller and richer than her own. In the quiet rustling of the leaves, Isabel understood something she had overlooked for years. Life, when trusted, knows how to grow itself. The following season, she shifted her approach. She still cared for her fields, but she released the frantic need to control every detail. She stepped in only when called, adjusting here, supporting there, but leaving wide spaces for the natural intelligence of the earth to unfold, without her heavy hand pressing against it. To her astonishment, the vines responded. The grapes grew sweeter, the harvest came in heavier, and the wine produced that year became the most celebrated vintage her family had ever created. The sacred insight wrapped within Isabel's transformation is this: manifestation thrives not through constant interference, but through conscious non-interference. When you allow life to do its work without the constant interruptions of doubt, fear, and overmanagement, you create the conditions for miracles to grow naturally. Non-interference is not neglect. It is the art of trusting the underlying intelligence woven into the fabric of reality. It is stepping back enough to let the seeds you planted bloom in their own time, according to rhythms far wiser than any timetable your mind could design. It is acting when truly inspired, but releasing the anxious compulsion to act just to feel in control. When you trust life enough to get out of its way, you become a collaborator with the unseen forces always working on your behalf. Your energy, once scattered in frantic fixing and adjusting, becomes focused in quiet, powerful alignment. The fruits of your desires ripen not through strain, but through the effortless cooperation between your vision and the universe's timing. Manifestation through non-interference is an act of supreme faith. It says, "I have planted, I have prepared, now I allow." And in that allowing, life rushes forward, arranging circumstances, moving people, shifting realities in ways your mind could never have orchestrated. It is in the spaces you leave open that the greatest wonders find room to enter. In the humid streets of 1931 Havana, Luis Navarro played guitar outside the bustling cafes, his case open for tips from passers-by. Each day he poured his heart into the melodies, but underneath the music lived a frantic energy, a desperate hope that someone important might hear him, that someone might offer him a way out of his struggling life. He smiled wider than he felt, played faster than the songs asked for, trying to impress, trying to be chosen. Yet despite his efforts, the crowds often drifted past without more than a polite glance. The harder he tried, the more invisible he seemed to become. One evening, after another exhausting performance, Luis wandered into a small courtyard where an old singer sat under a flickering lantern, strumming a slow, effortless tune. No fanfare, no pushing. The few who lingered nearby were mesmerized, not because the music was louder or faster, but because it carried a different energy, an energy of calm, of sovereignty, of wholeness. Watching him, Luis realized that desperation was not hidden by louder notes or bigger smiles. It was a silent vibration felt more deeply than words, and it repelled where calmness magnetized. The next day, Luis made a quiet decision. He would no longer perform to convince anyone of his worth. He would play simply because he loved to, trusting that those meant to hear him would feel it. He let his songs breathe. He let himself breathe. He moved through the music not as a beggar asking for approval, but as a sovereign being sharing what already lived inside him. Slowly, the response shifted. More people paused to listen. A cafe owner invited him to perform indoors. A local radio producer offered him a chance to record. Luis had not played harder. He had become calmer. The sacred insight woven through Luis's transformation is this: calm is louder than desperation, because energy always speaks first. Before a word is spoken or an action is taken, the frequency of your being is already broadcasting to the world. When you move in desperation, you broadcast lack, need, unworthiness. Life mirrors this back with closed doors and missed chances. But when you move in calm sovereignty, you declare through your presence that you are whole, that you are not chasing life. It is finding you. Energetic sovereignty means standing in the quiet power of your own sufficiency. It is knowing that you do not need to hustle for what is already aligned with you. It is understanding that true influence comes not from force or noise, but from the deep gravity of being complete within yourself. Calmness is not weakness. It is strength disciplined into stillness. It draws others in not by demanding their attention, but by offering a stable resonance they cannot help but move toward. It invites opportunity not by chasing it, but by becoming the kind of presence that opportunities are naturally drawn to. When you embody calm, you stop shouting at life to notice you. Life notices on its own. In the quiet certainty of your being, you become irresistible. And without effort, without strain, you discover that the world bends toward the energy you have finally claimed as your own. In the slow afternoons of 1934, Charleston, Mary Whitmore spent her days running a small flower stand near the city's sun-warmed square. She was known for her diligence, her constant activity, always polishing the vases, rearranging the flowers, adjusting every detail to catch the attention of hurried passers-by. She believed that the more she did, the faster success would come. That action itself was the magic that would summon the life she dreamed of. Yet each season passed with little change. The stand remained modest, the customers few. No matter how much she did, something essential always seemed just beyond her reach. One evening, after closing early due to another slow day, Mary wandered through a nearby garden tended by the city's groundskeepers. She noticed how the flowers grew not through frantic effort, but through patience, through cycles of sun and rain, through unseen, silent workings beneath the soil. No gardener stood over them, shouting for faster growth. No hand forced the petals open before their time. The beauty that filled the garden had not been manufactured by endless doing. It had emerged from the natural intelligence of being. That night, a quiet realization settled into Mary's chest. Perhaps she had confused movement with progress. Perhaps she had mistaken constant action for true growth. The next day, she tried something different. She still tended her flowers, but she no longer scrambled to fill every moment with activity. She let the arrangements breathe. She sat with her stand calmly, smiling without urgency, allowing herself to be present instead of busy. In the space she created, customers began to linger. Conversations unfolded naturally. Orders came, not from her chasing them, but from her allowing space for them to arrive. The sacred insight revealed through Mary's transformation is this: doing less often allows you to become more. There is a silent principle at the heart of all growth, an understanding that becoming happens not by forceful expansion, but by surrender to the rhythms that already live within you. True growth is a process of unfolding, not pushing. When you fill every moment with frantic action, you leave no room for the invisible forces of life to weave their magic. You drown out the quiet invitations that would otherwise guide you effortlessly forward. But when you dare to do less, to pause, to listen, to allow, you create the conditions for real transformation. You make yourself available to the subtle shifts that lead to profound change. Doing less is not laziness. It is mastery. It is the discipline to recognize when action is inspired and when it is simply noise born of fear. It is the wisdom to know that a flower does not bloom faster because you tug at its petals. It blooms because it trusts the sun, the soil, the invisible design unfolding within it. When you step back from constant doing, you step into the silent current of becoming. You find that life was never asking you to exhaust yourself into worthiness. It was waiting for you to trust that everything you are becoming, is already moving toward you, quietly, inevitably, in the spaces you once tried so desperately to fill. In the gray, windswept mornings of 1938 Dublin, Patrick O'Connor labored in a small print shop, his hands stained with ink and his mind weighed down by ambition. Every day he plotted ways to grow his tiny business. More flyers, more handshakes, more promises shouted into the crowded streets. He believed that success was a matter of force, that if he pushed hard enough, spoke loudly enough, fought endlessly against the currents of circumstance, life would have no choice but to yield. Yet despite his endless effort, the shop remained quiet, the profits thin, and Patrick's spirit thinner still. One bitter afternoon, after chasing a client through the rain only to be turned away again, Patrick slumped onto a bench overlooking the Liffey River. There, in the rhythmic lap of water against stone, he noticed something that broke open a long-forgotten door within him. The river did not force its way forward. It moved with calm certainty, shaping even the hardest rock by the sheer patience of its persistence. It flowed not by the violence of force, but by the quiet insistence of faith in its own path. In that moment, Patrick felt the futility of all his frantic pushing. He realized that he had been trying to muscle his way into a life that was already trying to unfold for him, if only he would stop obstructing it with his constant struggle. The next morning, he made a different choice. He showed up at the shop not with clenched fists, but with open hands. He stopped chasing every potential customer with a desperate urgency. He trusted that the right ones would find him. He let his work speak instead of his worry. Slowly, the shift took root. Patrons began arriving without fanfare. A professor admired Patrick's craftsmanship and recommended him to the university. Orders came steadily, almost quietly, like the river flowing without force. What Patrick had once tried to batter into being now emerged naturally, drawn by the invisible power he had finally learned to trust. The sacred insight born from Patrick's awakening is this: when faith replaces force, you step into a power far greater than anything effort alone can achieve. Force is the language of fear. It declares, "I do not believe life will support me unless I compel it to." Faith is the language of alignment. It whispers, "I trust that what is mine cannot miss me." Invisible power is the current that carries you when you stop trying to swim against the tides. It is the quiet, unshakable certainty that you are already connected to everything you seek, and that your task is not to push harder, but to allow yourself to be guided. When you let faith replace force, you move from struggle to synchronicity. You find that life does not need to be conquered. It needs only to be trusted. And in that trust, doors that once stood sealed against your efforts swing open at the touch of your quiet confidence, revealing paths that were always there waiting for you to finally see them. In the bustling markets of 1930 Alexandria, Miriam Saad dreamed of opening her own spice shop, a place where the scents of cinnamon and cardamom would draw travelers from every corner of the city. Each day she sold small bundles of herbs from a worn blanket laid across the stones, saving every coin, hoping, wishing, planning. Yet no matter how carefully she counted her earnings or how hard she worked to impress passers-by, the dream seemed just beyond her fingertips. Her life became a waiting game, a silent contract with the future that said, "Once I have enough, then I will be enough." One evening, as the sun melted into the sea, Miriam lingered by the waterfront, her blanket folded neatly at her side. She watched fishermen repairing their nets, laughing and shouting with the ease of men who lived in certainty. They spoke not of hoping to catch fish, but of preparing for the inevitable bounty the morning tides would bring. They mended their nets not because they doubted the catch, but because they trusted it so deeply that preparation was a natural extension of their belief. The realization struck her with quiet force. The fishermen acted from the energy of already done. They did not beg the sea to provide, they prepared as those who already knew it would. Miriam returned home that night and began to live differently. She rearranged her small space as if the shop already existed. She spoke about her future not in tones of fragile hope, but in the voice of one who was simply stepping into what had already been written. She dressed herself each day as the successful merchant she knew herself to be. She stopped pleading for the dream to arrive and began embodying the certainty that it was already on its way. Within a few months, a local vendor who admired her work offered her a small stall in the main market, rent-free for the first year. Word spread quickly about the woman whose spices seemed imbued with magic, and travelers did indeed find their way to her colorful stand. Miriam's dream unfolded not through desperate striving, but through the quiet, powerful energy of one who had already claimed it. The sacred insight stitched into Miriam's journey is this: manifestation moves at the speed of belief. When you vibrate in the energy of already done, you collapse the distance between desire and reality. You no longer wait for signs to affirm your worthiness. You move as the person who already possesses what you seek. Life, seeing your unwavering embodiment, has no choice but to mirror it back to you. Being the outcome before it arrives is not fantasy. It is alignment. It is becoming the vessel that can hold what you ask for, not by demanding it, but by living in resonance with it now. It is walking the streets of your current life with the heart, the posture, the certainty of someone who already stands inside their dream realized. When you shift into the energy of already done, you no longer chase outcomes. They chase you, drawn by the magnetic force of your unshakable knowing, pulled into your reality by the gravity of a heart that has stopped asking and started receiving. In the bustling harbor of 1932, Marseille, André Lemoine spent his days chasing after merchant ships, hoping to sell his hand-carved figurines before they left port. Each morning he would spot a ship docking, grab his wares, and sprint down the crowded piers, waving and calling out to anyone who might listen. He believed that if he could move fast enough, shout loud enough, insist passionately enough, he could secure his fortune. But time and again the buyers slipped away, the ship sailed without a second glance, and André was left breathless and empty-handed, wondering why his passion seemed to repel rather than attract. One afternoon, after another fruitless chase, André sat at the end of the pier, watching a fisherman mend his nets with patient, deliberate hands. The fisherman did not run after the fish. He cast his net calmly, trusting the tide to bring the catch to him. Fish gathered naturally, drawn to the stillness rather than the thrashing noise. André realized, in a moment as vast as the sea before him, that his chasing had not shortened the distance between him and his dream, it had expanded it. The more desperately he pursued, the further it drifted, like a shadow retreating before an outstretched hand. The next day, André chose a different path. He set up a small, sturdy booth near the heart of the harbor and laid out his figurines with care. He smiled warmly at those who passed, but made no move to chase them. He allowed himself to be rooted, present, trusting that those meant to find him would feel drawn in their own time. At first, it was difficult. The urge to run after every fleeting opportunity clawed at him, but he stayed still. He stayed open, and slowly the tide turned. Sailors, travelers, and merchants began to wander toward his booth, intrigued not by noise but by the quiet gravity of his presence. The sacred insight revealed through André's transformation is this: the more you chase, the further what you seek runs from you, because chasing amplifies vibrational distance. When you pursue with desperation, you affirm that what you desire is separate, scarce, missing. You radiate lack, and life, responding precisely to the frequency you hold, mirrors that lack back to you, keeping fulfillment at bay. Vibrational distance is not about physical space. It is about energy. The more you believe something is absent, the more absent it becomes. The more you embody its presence, the more present it feels, and inevitably becomes. When you shift from chasing to allowing, from needing to knowing, the distance collapses. Life moves toward you because you are no longer pushing it away with the energy of desperation. Stillness is not surrender, it is mastery. It is the choice to trust that what is meant for you is already on its way, requiring no frantic pursuit, only steady reception. When you stop chasing, you become the lighthouse instead of the ship adrift. And life, sensing the unwavering beam of your certainty, navigates its way straight to your door. In the rolling fields of 1935 Tuscany, Matteo Ricci tended his olive grove with the stern discipline of a man convinced that fortune belonged only to those who toiled endlessly. Every day, he moved from tree to tree with urgency, pruning, adjusting, worrying over every leaf and bud. His hands were calloused, his back bent, and yet despite his tireless labor, the harvests remained thin, the fruits reluctant. Matteo believed he needed to work harder still, to strain even more against the earth's rhythms, until abundance could be squeezed from reluctant soil. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the hills in gold, Matteo sat beneath an ancient olive tree, too tired to continue. He watched as the breeze gently stirred the branches overhead, causing ripe olives to fall softly onto the ground without any effort at all. The tree, rooted deeply, moved with the wind instead of fighting it. It gave of its abundance not through strain, but through its quiet, effortless alignment with the seasons. In that moment of stillness, Matteo realized he had been moving against life, believing he could force prosperity through tension, rather than letting it flow through ease. The next day, Matteo changed. He worked the fields still, but without the desperate urgency that had once driven him. He cared for the trees with a light touch, trusting that their nature was to give when the time was right. He moved more slowly, rested more fully, and allowed himself to savor the life he had been too busy chasing to enjoy. That year, the harvest was the richest his family had seen in decades, not because he had worked harder, but because he had finally learned to relax into the natural abundance already available to him. The sacred insight blooming through Matteo's experience is this: attraction is relaxation. Life flows toward ease, not effort. When you move in tension, in constant anxiety, you radiate a signal that pushes abundance away. Your energy says, "I do not trust." And life, faithful to the signals you send, mirrors that distrust. But when you relax, when you move with the quiet certainty that abundance is your natural state, life responds in kind. It flows toward you because your energy invites it, rather than repelling it. Ease is not the absence of action, it is the absence of struggle. It is doing what is needed from a place of peace, not panic. It is meeting life with an open palm instead of a clenched fist. It is understanding that you are part of a larger intelligence that already knows how to deliver to you what you seek, if only you will allow it. When you embody relaxation, you embody trust. You signal that you are ready to receive without force, without pleading, without fear. And abundance, sensing the space you have created, rushes to fill it. In the gateway of ease, life finds you ripe, ready, and welcoming, bearing gifts you once believed you had to fight to earn. But in truth, they were always waiting for you to simply be still enough to receive them. In the misty mornings of 1933, Kyoto, Hiroshi Tanaka spent his days mastering the art of calligraphy. Every brushstroke was a battle, every character a test of precision and discipline. Hiroshi believed that mastery came from relentless effort, that if he tightened his grip and concentrated harder, perfection would be his. Yet no matter how fiercely he tried, his work remained stiff, mechanical, lacking the effortless grace that defined the true masters. His teachers nodded politely, but the silent spaces between their words echoed his own growing frustration. One evening, after a particularly difficult lesson, Hiroshi wandered through the temple gardens, his mind heavy with doubt. He came upon an old monk tending to a rock garden, brushing the patterns into the sand with a fluid, almost careless motion. The lines he created were flawless, elegant, and alive with a beauty Hiroshi's strained efforts had never captured. Watching him, Hiroshi saw what he had missed. The monk was not trying to control the sand. He was moving with it, trusting the motion of his hand, allowing the design to emerge rather than forcing it into being. The next morning, Hiroshi returned to his practice with a different intention. He loosened his grip on the brush. He let his breath guide his hand instead of his tension. He surrendered the desperate need to perfect each stroke and simply allowed the ink to flow. To his amazement, the characters that once felt stiff now curved naturally, filled with life and depth. His teacher, for the first time, smiled without reservation. The sacred insight revealed through Hiroshi's experience is this: the harder you try, the more you interfere with the natural flow that seeks to express itself through you. This is the law of reverse effort. When you strain toward an outcome, you create resistance, blocking the very forces that would carry you effortlessly toward your desire. Effort rooted in tension tells life, "I do not trust you." And in return, life mirrors that mistrust with friction and delay. True creation, true achievement, arises from the balance between intention and surrender. You must care enough to be present, but relaxed enough to allow the unfolding. The river does not rage against its banks to reach the sea. It flows naturally, carried by the invisible pull of gravity, moving swiftly because it does not resist. Trying blocks natural flow because it narrows your awareness, focuses you on fear and control, and blinds you to the effortless paths life offers. It makes you clench your hands when life needs them open. It makes you fight currents that were always designed to carry you if you had only let go. When you release the frantic energy of trying and step into the quiet energy of allowing, you enter the slipstream where effort is minimal and results are maximal. You move not by force, but by alignment. You succeed not because you wrestled life into submission, but because you danced with its currents, trusting them to take you where you were always meant to go. In letting go, you find the hidden door that trying could never force open. It was never closed. It was simply waiting for you to stop pushing and start flowing. In the windswept plazas of 1935, Seville, Rafael Cruz roamed the city with a restless hunger in his chest. He had left his village to chase success, to chase recognition, to chase the feeling of being somebody in a world that seemed always just out of reach. Every morning he woke with a plan, another contact to impress, another opportunity to hunt down, another door to knock on with a bright smile and a concealed desperation. Yet no matter how tirelessly he searched, fulfillment remained a shadow on the far side of a wall he could not scale. The more he pursued it, the faster it seemed to retreat. One evening, exhausted and lost in the labyrinth of narrow streets, Raphael stumbled into a small courtyard tucked behind a weathered stone arch. It was quiet there, untouched by the frenzied pulse of the city. An old woman tended to a simple garden, humming softly to herself, her movements slow and contented. She smiled at Raphael without curiosity or judgment, as if she had no need to know his story to welcome him into her peace. He sat down on a cracked bench, and for the first time in years, he stopped chasing. He simply sat. He simply breathed. And in that stillness, he felt a strange sensation rise within him, something he had been searching for all along without knowing it. Fulfillment. The days that followed changed Raphael more than years of chasing ever had. He no longer rushed from plaza to plaza, demanding life to deliver him a prize. He began to live slowly, fully. He spoke with those around him without looking past them for someone more important. He took pleasure in his craft, without asking what reward it might bring. And curiously, without effort, invitations and opportunities began to find him. He had stopped banging on the front doors of life, only to discover that fulfillment had always been waiting just around the back, through a door that opened only when the search ended. The sacred insight blooming through Raphael's quiet awakening is this: fulfillment is found not by hunting it down, but by ceasing the desperate search. It is the backward door, the secret entrance invisible to those too busy running to see it. When you believe fulfillment is somewhere else, around the next corner after the next achievement, you create an endless road of not enoughness. You push happiness into the future, tether it to conditions, and chase it with an urgency that ensures you will never truly catch it. But when you stop searching, when you turn your gaze inward and let yourself be present with what already is, you stumble upon a truth as old as the stars. Fulfillment was never outside you. It was never waiting to be earned. It was only waiting to be recognized. The search does not end because you find something. It ends because you realize you already have it. You become the person who no longer needs to run, and in doing so, you become the person everything good naturally finds. You walk through the backwards door, and there, in the place you least expected, life welcomes you home. In the sun-drenched gardens of 1931 Lisbon, Sofia Almeida tended to the roses that lined the walls of the monastery. She dreamed of a life beyond the stone paths and heavy cloisters, a life filled with color, with travel, with art. Each evening she would sit by the fountain and whisper her wishes to the sky, her heart aching with longing so fierce it left her breathless. She believed that if she wanted it badly enough, if she reached for it with all the force of her desire, life would hear her. Yet the more she yearned, the more the world around her seemed to tighten, as if her very wanting built invisible walls that kept her dreams away. One afternoon, after weeks of restless wishing, Sophia noticed an elderly monk carefully pruning a wild vine that had grown thick along the garden's edge. She watched how gently he worked, removing only what needed to be removed, letting the vine find its natural shape without trying to bend it into something unnatural. When asked why he did not force the vine to grow faster or fuller, the monk smiled and said, "It already knows how. My task is only to trust it." Those words settled deep into Sophia's spirit, awakening a truth she had not yet seen. Life was not moved by grasping hands, but by open ones. That evening, by the fountain, Sophia whispered her desires once more. But this time she did not plead. She thanked life as if the blessings had already arrived. She let her heart swell, not with desperate wanting, but with the quiet certainty of already having. She released her tight grip on how and when her dreams should come, and instead carried the feeling of fulfillment within her as she went about her days. In the months that followed, the impossible began to happen. A visiting patron noticed her artwork tucked into the corner of the garden. An invitation arrived for her to study at an atelier across the sea. Doors she had once battered with longing now swung open at her lightest touch, as if life itself had been waiting for her to stop reaching so frantically so that it could finally deliver. The sacred insight blooming from Sophia's journey is clear. The less you grasp at life, the more it gives. Desire, when laced with desperation, sends a message of lack, of absence, of separation. It declares, "I do not have." And so life, mirroring your inner state, keeps your desires at arm's length. But desire held with relaxed certainty, with open hands and an open heart, creates a different signal altogether. It says, "It is already mine." And life responds by matching the fullness you have already chosen to embody. Desire without grasping is not the absence of dreaming. It is the transformation of longing into being. It is carrying the vibration of fulfillment within you, so deeply and so completely that reality has no choice but to conform to it. When you want less because you already feel abundant, you receive more, not by chasing, not by forcing, but by becoming the living proof that abundance was always your natural state. In the bustling heart of 1937 Casablanca, Elias Karim wove his way through the crowded markets, selling hand-stitched rugs to travelers and locals alike. His father had taught him the business with strict precision, Memorize every technique, speak with force. Keep your eyes sharply fixed on every sale. For years, Elias followed this advice, approaching each customer with a rigid determination to close the deal. His gaze was intense, his mind calculating, but despite his efforts, many would-be buyers slipped away, their interest fading under the heavy pressure of his pursuit. No matter how fiercely he focused, success seemed to dodge him like a bird too tightly pursued. One cool evening, after a long day of watching opportunities drift past, Elias wandered through the quieter parts of the market and stumbled upon an elderly painter sitting cross-legged in a stall. The man barely spoke, barely gestured. He simply painted with a soft focus, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. His customers gathered around naturally, drawn not by hard salesmanship but by the serene gravity of his presence. Watching him, Elias realized something he had never been taught. Focus, when sharp and strained, repels. Focus, when soft and open, invites. The next morning, Elias returned to his stall with a different spirit. He still focused, but no longer with the rigid intensity that once chased people away. Instead, he held a soft focus, allowing his attention to be present but gentle, relaxed, yet clear. He engaged customers without clinging to their every word, trusted his rugs to speak for themselves, and carried an air of calm expectation rather than urgent persuasion. Slowly but surely, more buyers stopped. They lingered. They asked questions. Sales rose not by force, but by the subtle power of his newfound ease. The sacred insight unfolding through Elias's quiet transformation is this: soft focus creates strong results because it aligns you with the natural rhythms of attraction. When your focus becomes too tight, too desperate, it constricts the space through which opportunities flow. You grip life so tightly that it cannot move toward you freely. But when you hold your desires lightly, with relaxed attention and deep trust, you signal to life that you are ready, open, and unattached to any particular outcome. Gentle intention is not the absence of clarity. It is the absence of neediness. It is the quiet confidence of knowing that what you desire is already on its way, and therefore there is no need to strain your vision or tighten your grip. It allows you to move with precision without pressure, to act with certainty without desperation. When you embody soft focus, life feels your openness and moves toward you. Opportunities drift naturally into your space, drawn by the gravity of your calm certainty. Results come not because you chased them into a corner, but because you created an environment in which they felt welcome to arrive. In the power of gentle intention, you discover that success is not a trophy seized by force, but a garden grown in stillness, watered by trust, and harvested by hands steady enough to wait for the fruit to fall into them, ripe and ready. In the rain-soaked alleys of 1934 Edinburgh, William McAllister pushed a rickety cart filled with second-hand books, shouting his offers to anyone who would listen. Each day he rose with the determination to work harder than the day before, convinced that his future depended on the sheer force of his effort. He believed that if he tried hard enough, bargained harder, and demanded more attention, he could wrest success from a reluctant world. Yet the more desperately he tried, the more people seemed to look away, hurrying past his cart with polite smiles or averted eyes. Despite his relentless striving, abundance slipped further from his grasp with each passing week. One gray afternoon, as the mist rolled off the harbor, William watched an old merchant selling simple woolen scarves at the market square. The man did not shout or chase. He stood quietly, engaged those who approached with easy conversation, and allowed his goods to speak for themselves. Buyers came steadily, drawn to the calm steadiness of his presence. William realized with a pang sharper than the cold wind that while he had been trying harder, he had also been signaling something he had not seen: lack. The harder he tried, the more life heard him screaming between his actions, "I don't have enough." Every strained gesture broadcasted a silent but powerful frequency of scarcity. His energy did not inspire trust or attraction. It repelled opportunities before they could even reach him. The next morning, William shifted his approach. He stopped pushing so frantically. He arranged his books with care, trusted their worth, and greeted each passerby with genuine interest rather than desperate hunger. His focus turned from convincing to connecting. Within days, sales improved. Curious customers lingered. A local shopkeeper offered him space inside his store. The harder he had tried, the more he had repelled. In doing less, he created space for life to meet him halfway. The sacred insight glowing through William's transformation is this: trying hard, when rooted in fear, is a form of energetic repulsion. It broadcasts the vibration of not enough, of striving born from inner emptiness rather than inner certainty. Life, ever faithful to the energies we emit, mirrors back the scarcity we secretly hold. When you try too hard, you build walls instead of bridges. True attraction is born from sufficiency. It arises when you move from fullness, not from frantic grasping. It is the relaxed confidence of one who knows that life is abundant and that what is meant for them cannot be missed. It is the willingness to believe that the universe responds not to noise and strain, but to the quiet magnetic pull of inner completeness. When you act from fullness, you signal, "I already have," and life, sensing that abundance, rushes to amplify it. The world does not reward struggle for its own sake. It rewards alignment. It rewards the steady, unshakable presence of those who no longer beg life to give, but who embody the knowing that they already are what they seek. In the stillness where trying once screamed, life finds a way to deliver. In the bustling streets of 1939 Buenos Aires, Lucia Delgado clutched the edges of her little bakery with white-knuckled hands. Every loaf of bread, every cake she placed in the window carried the weight of her fears, her hopes, her desperate need for success. She worked tirelessly from dawn to midnight, checking the ovens 3 times over, counting every coin, fearing every slow day. Lucia believed that if she controlled every detail tightly enough, she could force prosperity into her life. But the tighter she gripped, the more the joy drained from her work, and the more the customers seemed to slip through her fingers like flowers scattered in the wind. One evening, after another long day of strained smiles and meager sales, Lucia sat alone at one of the small tables usually reserved for customers. The shop was silent except for the ticking of the clock. As she stared out at the empty street, something inside her finally cracked, not from defeat, but from exhaustion. She realized she could no longer bear the weight of holding everything together by force. With a trembling sigh, she whispered into the stillness, "I let go." In that small surrender, a surprising feeling bloomed: relief, lightness, and something even more shocking: hope. The next morning, Lucia did something different. She still baked, still opened her doors, still greeted her neighbors with warmth, but she released the death grip of needing every moment to prove her worth. She allowed her work to flow through her hands naturally, without forcing herself to chase outcomes. She trusted that those who were meant to come would come. And slowly, something in the energy of the place shifted. Customers lingered longer. Word of mouth spread. A local newspaper featured her in a story about hidden gems in the city. Prosperity, once elusive, began to gather around her, not because she pushed harder, but because she had created space for it to arrive. The sacred insight that blossomed through Lucia's transformation is this: the courage to let go is what opens the door for life to give to you. Holding on too tightly suffocates the very blessings you seek. It sends a message of mistrust, a frequency of scarcity that life simply reflects back. Releasing is not abandoning your dreams. It is making peace with them. It is trusting that the seeds you have planted are growing, even if you cannot yet see them pushing through the soil. Letting go accelerates receiving, because it removes the walls of fear and control that block the flow of abundance. It allows life to meet you in ways you could not have orchestrated with your limited plans and strained efforts. True receiving is not passive, it is an active trust, a deep alignment with the rhythms of creation. When you have the courage to let go, you move beyond the anxious dance of striving and into the graceful flow of surrender. You become an open vessel, ready and willing to be filled. And in that readiness, life, sensing your trust, floods in with gifts far richer than anything you could have demanded. The hands that once clutched now receive. The heart that once strained now overflows. In letting go, you make space for miracles to land where struggle never could. In the golden fields of 1936 Provence, Elise Moreau spent her mornings tending the small lavender farm she had inherited from her grandmother. She worked tirelessly, filling her days with planting, pruning, watering, and checking every square meter as if her effort alone could hurry the blooming season. Elise believed that if she did enough, quickly enough, abundance would have no choice but to arrive. Yet no matter how hard she worked, the fields seemed reluctant. The plants grew slowly, unevenly, and her exhaustion deepened with each passing day. One afternoon, overwhelmed and disheartened, Elise collapsed onto a patch of sun-warmed earth and simply stared up at the vast, empty sky. As she lay there, she noticed something she had been too busy to see before. The sky did not rush. The clouds did not hurry to paint themselves across it. The wind did not push the blossoms to bloom faster. All around her, life was moving in its own graceful rhythm, filling spaces not because of frantic effort, but because space itself was honored as part of the process. That evening, Elise made a decision. She would continue to care for her fields, but she would stop crowding every moment with action. She would allow space between her efforts. She would trust that the unseen forces of rain, sun, and soil were at work even when she was not. In the days that followed, she worked less but noticed more. She let the mornings unfold without hurrying. She allowed herself time to sit among the rows, simply being, simply witnessing. And then, almost imperceptibly at first, the lavender began to thrive. The plants, once sluggish and stunted, grew strong and vibrant. Buyers arrived without coaxing, drawn by the fragrant fields that now stretched joyfully across the horizon. The sacred insight that blossomed from Elise's transformation is this: space is not emptiness. It is preparation. It is the fertile silence before the music begins, the blank canvas that invites the masterpiece. Manifestation requires space because without it, there is no room for miracles to enter. When every moment is crammed with doing, striving, forcing, the universe has no place to weave its magic. But when you dare to pause, to breathe, to create open stretches of trust between your actions, life rushes in to fill those spaces with possibilities greater than you could have planned. Non-doing is not laziness. It is wisdom. It is the recognition that your energy is most powerful when it is aligned, not when it is frantic. It is the understanding that growth happens in cycles, action followed by rest, sowing followed by stillness. In the pauses you once feared, the greatest miracles begin to take shape. When you honor the space before manifestation, you align with the true rhythm of creation. You stop rushing the bloom and start trusting the seed. You become the open sky, the waiting field, the silent invitation that life cannot resist answering. In the space you once tried to fill, miracles find their home, and they arrive, not because you pushed them into existence, but because you made room for them to land. In the gentle hills of 1938 Tuscany, Matteo Bianchi spent his days tending a small plot of land that had been in his family for generations. One spring, eager to impress the villagers with a grand harvest, Matteo planted his seeds with more care and attention than ever before. Each morning he rose before dawn, rushing to the fields to check on the tiny shoots. He pulled at the soil, inspected the roots, brushed away any speck of dust he feared might hinder their growth. His hands were constantly in the earth, prodding, adjusting, worrying the seeds into life. Yet as the weeks passed, the plants seemed weak, hesitant, slower than he had hoped. One afternoon, while Matteo knelt in the fields with dirt streaked across his arms, his elderly neighbor Gianna wandered by. She watched him for a while, then said gently, "You are loving them to death, Matteo. Trust the seed. Let it be." Her words, simple and unadorned, struck him harder than the spade he had dropped into the soil. He realized, sitting there in the heavy warmth of the afternoon sun, that in his desperate need to make the plants grow, he had been interfering with the very intelligence that already knew how to bloom. The next day, Matteo did something radical. He let go. He watered the fields when needed, tended them with a light touch, but he no longer dug at the roots or worried them between his fingers. He trusted the seeds he had planted. He trusted the earth. He trusted the invisible life pulsing just beneath the surface, even when he could not yet see it, and in that space of trust the fields slowly came to life. Stalks rose stronger, greener, more vibrant. That season, Matteo's harvest overflowed with abundance, not because he had worked harder, but because he had learned to work with life instead of against it. The sacred insight that blossomed through Matteo's awakening is timeless. When you stop digging at your dreams, they finally have the space to take root and grow. Constant checking, doubting, meddling signals to life that you do not believe in what you have planted. It disrupts the natural unfolding, delaying the very bloom you long to see. Trusting the seed is an act of profound surrender. It means believing that once you have planted your intention, nurtured it with genuine care, and released it into the soil of life, it will grow in its own perfect time. You are not the force that makes it sprout. You are the steward who prepares the ground, plants the dream, and then steps back, allowing the deeper intelligence of life to do what it was always designed to do. When you release the compulsion to dig, to prod, to check for signs of life before their time, you honor the sacred process of creation. You move from fear into faith. And in that faith, you discover that the bloom was never in question. It was always waiting, patient, certain, inevitable, for the moment you trusted enough to let it rise toward the sun. In the narrow lanes of 1931 Granada, Tomas Reyes lived with a hunger to change his life. By day, he worked in a dusty tailor shop, stitching hems and patching worn trousers, but by night, he dreamed of grander things. He believed that if he worked long enough, proved himself worthy enough, someday he would become the man he saw in his dreams. A man of influence, creativity, and freedom. Tomas spoke often of what he would do once success arrived, how he would walk differently, dress differently, think differently. But every morning he woke up in the same modest room, in the same modest life, feeling the distance between who he was and who he wanted to be stretch wider with each passing year. One evening, after a particularly long day, Tomas wandered through the Alhambra gardens, his thoughts swirling like the evening mist. He noticed a young dancer practicing under the arcades. She moved not with the tentative steps of a beginner, but with the certainty of a seasoned performer. There was no waiting in her movements, no holding back until someone declared her ready. She danced now as if she already belonged on the greatest stages of the world. In watching her, Tomas understood something that broke the walls around his thinking. Becoming is not something that happens after success. It is something you step into first, long before the world reflects it back. The next morning, Tomas made a quiet but radical shift. He decided to act, think, and carry himself as the man he wished to be. Not later, but now. He tailored his own clothes with more care, spoke with more conviction, held his head higher, and treated his daily work as if it were the foundation of a grand enterprise rather than a tedious necessity. He no longer waited for the world to give him permission to change. He gave himself that permission. And slowly, the world responded. Clients of greater means began seeking his services. A local patron commissioned him to design costumes for a theater production. Tomas's life transformed, not because circumstances magically lifted him overnight, but because he had lifted himself internally first. The external shifts simply caught up to the new frequency he had already chosen to embody. The sacred insight that unfolded from Tomas's transformation is this: being precedes becoming. The quantum secret to instant change is that reality does not create your identity. Your identity creates your reality. When you embody the state of the person you wish to be, you collapse the distance between desire and manifestation. Life must reorganize itself to match the vibration you hold. Waiting to become after the evidence appears keeps you trapped in a loop of delay. But being first, choosing now to live as the fulfilled, empowered, abundant version of yourself, triggers an immediate shift in the field around you. It draws the people, opportunities, and circumstances aligned with your new identity into your orbit. When you understand that becoming is not a future event, but a present decision, you stop asking life to change you, and you start changing life by who you are willing to be today. In that choice, instant change is not only possible, it becomes inevitable. In the sunlit squares of 1932 Vienna, Emil Steinmann carved delicate wooden toys, his tiny shop tucked between bustling bakeries and grand bookstores. Each day he labored with meticulous hands, pouring his heart into every figure and cart he crafted. Emil loved his work, but carried with him the silent belief that struggle was the badge of worthiness. He believed that unless he strained, unless he suffered for his creations, they would not succeed. And so he toiled with furrowed brows and tight shoulders, determined to carve a path through life by sheer effort. Yet despite his artistry, customers were few, and opportunities seemed to slip past like mist. One morning, after another long night hunched over a half-finished toy, Emil sat outside his shop, head bowed under the rising sun. Across the square, he noticed a young woman selling hand-woven scarves. She moved without rush or strain, laughing easily with her customers, arranging her scarves like an artist painting with silk. There was no tension in her movements, no urgency in her voice, and yet her table was always surrounded by eager buyers. Watching her, Emil saw something that struck him deeper than any lesson he had ever learned. Struggle was not the source of success. Ease was. The next day, Emil made a different choice. He still carved, but he abandoned the clenched expectation that suffering was required. He allowed himself to move with more flow, taking breaks when his body asked for them, letting joy slip back into the process. He smiled more. He breathed more. He infused the act of creation with lightness rather than heaviness. Within weeks, something shifted. Passers-by began to stop, drawn not just to the beauty of the toys, but to the warmth now radiating from his tiny shop. Orders increased, and soon he was commissioned to create pieces for a grand holiday fair, an opportunity he had once believed could only come through exhaustion and strain. The sacred insight that blossomed from Emil's quiet revolution is this: ease is not the absence of effort. It is the absence of resistance. When you create, act, and move from a state of inner ease, you generate an unstoppable energy field around you, one that attracts people, resources, and opportunities effortlessly. Struggle does not amplify your energy. It fragments it. It creates blocks, friction, barriers that repel the very abundance you seek. Ease sends a different signal. It tells life, I trust, I am aligned, I am already connected to what I seek. In that state, your energy becomes coherent, magnetic, radiant. You move not by forcing life to comply, but by becoming a natural conduit for its flow. No struggle means no block. It means trusting that the river of life carries you when you stop thrashing against it. It means understanding that the doors you once tried to batter down open easily when your energy matches their frequency. When you move with ease, you move with power, not because you push harder, but because you finally align with the current that has always been waiting to carry you forward. In ease, you find your true strength, and with it, the unstoppable unfolding of everything you once tried so hard to chase. In the crowded industrial streets of 1936 Manchester, Edward Barnes built his small tailoring business with the iron will of a man who believed winning was about holding on tighter. Each morning he polished the storefront until it gleamed, memorized the names of every potential client, and planned his conversations with meticulous care. Every decision, every interaction was a calculated move toward success. He thought that by gripping harder, by planning more obsessively, he could force life to reward him. Yet despite his constant effort, true success remained just out of reach, slipping through his fingers no matter how desperately he grasped. One rainy afternoon, after losing a lucrative contract he had fought months to secure, Edward sat in the back room of his shop, the sound of the storm outside matching the turmoil within him. He stared at the empty ledger and felt the bitter truth settle into his bones. All his planning, all his tension had not guaranteed anything. In his frantic need to achieve, he had turned the path itself into a battlefield, exhausting himself against forces he could not see. In the quiet that followed his despair, a new thought flickered to life. What if achievement wasn't about fighting harder? What if somehow winning required letting go? The next day, Edward approached his work differently. He still showed up early, still polished the windows, still spoke with clients, but the desperation was gone. He no longer clutched every opportunity as if it were his only chance. He allowed conversations to flow naturally. He trusted that the right clients would stay and that the wrong ones would pass without taking a piece of him with them. He loosened his grip on the need to control every outcome and stepped instead into the energy of quiet certainty. Slowly, the tide began to turn. Clients began referring others. Larger commissions arrived without him having to chase them down. What Edward had once tried to dominate into existence now unfolded with a grace that startled him. He achieved more by releasing his death grip on achievement itself. The sacred insight that bloomed through Edward's transformation is this: the paradox of achievement is that true winning begins the moment you stop needing to win. When you cling to success, you radiate fear. Fear that you are not enough without it. Fear that if you relax your hold, it will vanish. Life, sensing that fear, mirrors it back, keeping triumph just out of reach. But when you let go, when you trust that your worth is not hanging precariously on the outcome of a single venture, a single moment, you move differently. You speak with more authenticity. You act with more courage. You invite success rather than chasing it. Letting go is not surrendering your dreams. It is surrendering the fear that you must fight to deserve them. It is stepping into the knowing that what is truly yours cannot be lost. In that freedom, you stop blocking your own path. You stop gripping the world so tightly that you choke off your own power. And with your hands open at last, you find that success, real, lasting, effortless, was always waiting to rush in. In the warm valleys of 1937, Napa, Samuel Green tended his family's vineyard with the ferocity of a man who believed that only relentless effort could bring reward. Each morning he rose before the sun, inspecting every vine, pruning every branch, adjusting every trellis as though the sheer volume of his labor would guarantee a bountiful harvest. He believed that the harder he pushed, the faster the vineyard would grow. Yet each season, despite his constant strain, the results were middling, the vines fatigued, the fruit smaller than he had hoped. Samuel could not understand why his back-breaking work yielded so little. One afternoon, while hauling buckets of water under the heavy summer sun, Samuel noticed an old neighboring vintner sitting beneath a shady tree, sipping tea, watching the fields. The older man was known for his lush, thriving grapes, yet he seemed to work far less visibly than Samuel did. Curious and frustrated, Samuel asked him what his secret was. The man chuckled and said simply, "I work with the vines, not against them. Growth doesn't come from force, it comes from trust." The words unsettled Samuel more than he cared to admit. That evening, as the cool air settled over the valley, he sat quietly among his vines and watched them without judgment, without agenda. He realized how little space he had given them to breathe, how much he had choked their natural rhythms with his constant interference. From that night on, Samuel shifted his approach. He tended the vines when necessary, but he allowed longer stretches of stillness between his actions. He stopped measuring every inch of progress. He moved with the vineyard rather than against it. Over the months, a remarkable thing happened. Without Samuel's constant straining, the vineyard flourished. The grapes swelled with a richness and vitality he had never seen. The soil grew healthier, the harvests more abundant. Expansion came not from the intensity of his efforts, but from the spaciousness he had finally allowed. The sacred insight revealed through Samuel's transformation is this: effortless expansion is possible when you release the belief that growth must be hard. True growth, whether in nature, in business, or within yourself, happens through harmony, not through struggle. It is the natural unfolding of potential, when interference is minimized and trust is maximized. When you strain toward your goals with relentless tension, you broadcast the energy of distrust. You affirm without words that you do not believe in the natural intelligence of your own unfolding. Life, in response, becomes heavier, slower, more resistant. But when you cultivate ease, when you trust that your desires are seeds already planted, already sprouting in unseen ways, you step into a current of expansion that requires far less effort than you once believed. Growing without straining is not laziness. It is mastery. It is knowing when to act and when to allow, when to intervene and when to trust the invisible forces carrying you. In that balance, you find that life was always willing to grow you into more, if only you would stop pulling so hard and let yourself rise naturally toward the light. In the misty mornings of 1933 Lake District, Eleanor Matthews would walk the wooded trails near her cottage, her mind a clamor of questions. Every step was filled with restless thoughts about her future, her work, her endless to-do lists. She ached for clarity, for some great answer to crash through the noise and point her toward her path. She prayed, she planned, she pleaded with life to speak loudly enough to drown out the uncertainty inside her. Yet the answers never seemed to come. The more desperately she sought them, the more silent the world around her seemed to become. One chilly morning, wrapped in her coat against the damp air, Eleanor wandered further into the woods than usual. Exhausted from her own thinking, she finally stopped along the banks of a still, glassy pond. She sat on a mossy rock and, for the first time in many months, simply surrendered. She let her thoughts fall silent, letting the questions dissolve into the fog curling over the water. In the hush that followed, something extraordinary happened. A thought rose up within her, not frantic, not demanding, but clear and quiet. It was not an answer shouted from the heavens, but a whisper that settled into her chest with a certainty she could not explain. The direction she had begged for had always been there, but her mind had been too loud to hear it. From that day forward, Eleanor changed her way of seeking. She stopped demanding that life yell instructions through the chaos of her mind. Instead, she created quiet. Each morning, before rushing into action, she sat by the pond, breathing slowly, clearing the space within her. She treated silence not as an absence, but as an invitation. And as she nurtured that stillness, guidance flowed naturally. Next steps, new ideas, subtle nudges that led her into opportunities more perfect than anything she could have planned. The sacred insight blooming from Eleanor's story is this: reality whispers its answers, but only quiet minds can hear them. Life does not compete with your noise. It waits patiently for the moment you grow still enough to receive its wisdom. The louder you clamor for solutions, the further away they seem. The quieter you become, the more clearly they unfold. Your mind, when crowded with urgency and overthinking, acts like a stormy sea, scattering the reflections trying to form on its surface. But when you calm the waters within, the answers that have always been there rise effortlessly into view. You realize that reality is not silent. It is always speaking, always guiding, but it speaks in a language too subtle for a frantic mind to detect. Catching reality's whisper is not about working harder. It is about listening deeper. It is about trusting that life already holds the keys you seek and that they reveal themselves in the spaces between your thoughts, in the gaps where striving falls away. In those still moments when your mind finally rests, life leans in, and what you once begged to know becomes as clear and as inevitable as the dawn breaking quietly over a silent, waiting world. In the dusty courtyards of 1932 Cairo, Amir Hassan spent his mornings bargaining in the bustling markets, weaving through crowds with practiced words and persuasive smiles. He believed that to get what he wanted, he needed to speak louder, explain more, convince harder. Every coin he earned felt wrestled from the world through sheer force of persuasion. Yet despite his endless efforts, the wealth he sought remained stubbornly out of reach. He spoke to everyone, yet somehow life seemed deaf to his requests. One sweltering afternoon, after a particularly grueling day of negotiation, Amir wandered into a small mosque hidden behind the main market. Inside, a handful of worshippers sat quietly, heads bowed, mouths closed. No chants filled the air, no speeches rose to the domed ceilings, only silence, vast and deep, vibrating with a presence so thick Amir could almost touch it. He sat in a corner, feeling the hum of that quiet settle into his bones. It was in that silence, more profound than any argument he had ever crafted, that something within him softened. For the first time in years, he stopped trying to make life listen, and in doing so, he realized that life had been listening all along, waiting for him to speak its language, silence. The next morning, Amir approached his work differently. He no longer rushed to fill the spaces between interactions with frantic words. He allowed pauses to stretch naturally. He greeted customers with presence rather than persuasion. He trusted that what was meant for him would recognize him without needing to be talked into it. And slowly, the current shifted. Buyers came to him easily, drawn by an energy that spoke louder than any pitch. Opportunities appeared not because he demanded them, but because his quiet certainty made him magnetic. The sacred insight carried within Amir's transformation is simple yet revolutionary. The silence that speaks is more powerful than words shouted into the void. Manifestation does not require constant verbal declarations, endless affirmations, or persuasive arguments with the universe. It requires alignment, an internal state so clear, so resonant, that no words are needed. The energy you embody becomes your request. The vibration you hold becomes your command. When you are aligned with what you seek, you no longer need to explain yourself to life. Your very being becomes a prayer answered before it is spoken. Your silence becomes louder than noise, more convincing than argument, more compelling than any plea. Manifesting without words is not about passivity. It is about moving through the world with such inner clarity that reality responds automatically. It is the confidence to know that you do not need to shout to be heard. You need only to align so deeply with your desire that the universe cannot help but respond. In the stillness where striving falls away, your true power rises. It hums in the spaces between words. It radiates from the calm center of your being. And in that silence, soft, steady, irresistible, life answers not because you demanded it, but because you had already become the answer yourself. In the winding streets of 1935 Barcelona, Alejandro Ruiz was known as a man who needed everything in its place. In his small bakery near the cathedral, he orchestrated every detail with rigid precision: the arrangement of loaves, the exact placement of pastries in the window, the minute timing of every oven cycle. Alejandro believed that the secret to success lay in constant management, that if he stopped overseeing every piece for even a moment, the delicate order of his world would collapse. His days were filled with checklists, corrections, adjustments, and yet, despite all his striving, something remained stuck. The bakery survived, but it did not thrive. Opportunities passed by unseen, as though the doors he worked so hard to open had somehow been locked from the inside. One afternoon, weary from a morning spent barking orders and rearranging displays, Alejandro sat outside his shop and watched the street performers gather in the plaza. There was no plan to their gathering, no rigid orchestration, yet somehow the music, laughter, and movement wove together into something more beautiful than anything he could have designed. The violinist met the drummer's rhythm without a single word. Dancers moved naturally with the shifting melodies. It was chaos, but it was perfect. Watching them, Alejandro felt a truth ripple through his chest. Life already knows how to organize itself. It does not need constant management. It needs trust. The next day, Alejandro did something daring. He let go. He set the displays but did not fuss over them. He trusted his workers to manage their tasks without micromanagement. He allowed himself to focus on his craft, to bake with joy instead of anxiety. At first it was uncomfortable, like stepping into a boat and letting go of the oars. But then quietly, the shift began. Customers lingered longer. A travel writer stumbled into the bakery and later published a glowing review. A nearby restaurant asked to stock his breads. The pieces of success that Alejandro had once tried to force into place began falling together on their own, assembling into a mosaic grander than he could have ever constructed through sheer will. The sacred insight blooming from Alejandro's awakening is this: life is already wired for harmony. When you release the compulsion to manage every outcome, you allow the universe to organize the pieces better than you could plan. The art of non-management is not carelessness. It is wisdom. It is knowing when your part ends and when life's orchestration begins. When you overmanage, you signal distrust. You close doors that life was preparing to open in ways your mind could not predict. You slow the natural convergence of people, resources, and moments that would come together if only given space to breathe. Letting the universe organize the pieces means trusting the unseen timelines and invisible hands moving on your behalf. It means stepping back enough to witness how effortlessly life can arrange what you thought you had to control. In that surrender, you find that success is not built by force, but revealed by faith, unfolding perfectly in ways you could never have drawn on any map. In the bustling port of 1934 Marseille, Julien Moreau dreamed of expanding his modest shipping business into an empire that stretched across oceans. Every day he charted plans, scribbled timelines, mapped the steps he believed necessary to reach his goal. He marked dates on calendars, set rigid deadlines, and lived by a clock that ticked loudly in his mind. Julien believed that if he moved fast enough, if he beat the invisible hourglass pouring sand over his dreams, he could force life to deliver on his schedule. But as months turned into years, the expansion remained stalled, opportunities slipped away, and frustration rooted itself deep in his bones. One evening, after another lost contract, Julien wandered through the quieter streets near the docks and stumbled into a tiny cafe filled with music and laughter. There was no urgency in the air, no clock driving the room. People lingered, conversations unfolded without rush, and life seemed to stretch open in that timeless space. Watching the effortless flow around him, Julien realized that life's greatest gifts were not crammed into calendars or squeezed into timelines. They arrived in the spaces where presence replaced pressure. The next day, Julien made a decision. He would still pursue his vision, but he would drop the rigid timeline he had clung to so fiercely. He would step into the feeling that his dream was already done, already unfolding in perfect timing. He stopped measuring his worth against passing months. He stopped asking when. Instead, he carried himself as if the expansion were inevitable, as if the foundations were already built in unseen ways. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, the tides began to shift. A wealthy investor approached him not because Julian chased him down, but because he heard of the quality and integrity of Julian's work. A rare shipping route opened up, offering expansion that no amount of previous planning could have predicted. Opportunities, once squeezed out by Julian's narrow schedules, now flowed naturally into the open space he had created. The sacred insight born from Julian's transformation is this: manifestation does not unfold according to human calendars. It operates by frequency, not by force. When you cling to a timeline, you often bind yourself to impatience, frustration, and doubt. You declare silently, "It isn't here yet," and the universe, hearing your vibration, mirrors that delay back to you. But when you drop the timeline and embody already done energy, you collapse the distance between desire and reality. You walk not as someone waiting, but as someone welcoming. You move through your life with the certainty of one who knows that the roots are growing, even if the branches have not yet broken the surface. Stepping into already done energy is an act of profound trust. It is the willingness to believe that your dreams are maturing in unseen soil, nourished by forces you cannot always witness. And when you live from that certainty, life bends to match you. The timelines you thought you needed dissolve, and in their place, reality unfolds, right on time, every time, in ways far greater than you could have ever planned. In the shadowed canals of 1933 Venice, Luca Romano built gondolas by hand, crafting each one with careful devotion and endless motion. His days were filled with hammering, sanding, polishing, adjusting, a flurry of activity designed to prove he was worthy of success. Luca believed that only by constant movement could he create momentum, that stillness was a luxury he could not afford if he wished to rise above the hundreds of other craftsmen vying for the attention of wealthy patrons. Yet despite his tireless labor, recognition remained elusive. His reputation grew slowly, like a boat trapped against the current, unable to catch the wind. One afternoon, overwhelmed by fatigue, Luca wandered to a quiet corner of the Grand Canal, where an old boatmaker sat, carving delicate figures into a small wooden skiff. The old man barely moved, taking long pauses between each motion, resting more than working. Yet despite his slow pace, his tiny shop was known throughout Venice for the finest gondolas in the city. Watching him, Luca felt a strange disquiet. Everything he had been taught about hustle and urgency unraveled as he realized. The old man's success came not from endless motion, but from stillness. That evening, Luca returned to his workshop and did something that felt foreign. He stopped. He sat quietly among his tools, allowing the silence to settle around him. He observed his materials without rushing, breathed deeply, without reaching for the next task. From that stillness, clarity rose. He saw which projects truly mattered and which actions were only noise. He began to work with intention rather than impulse, moving when inspired, pausing when intuition called for it. In the weeks that followed, Luca's craftsmanship transformed. His work carried a new energy, deeper, fuller, more resonant. Clients noticed. Word of his gondolas spread beyond the city. Commissions arrived faster than ever before, not because Luca raced harder, but because he had tapped into the paradox of stillness. When you become still inside, life moves swiftly around you. The sacred insight flowing through Luca's transformation is this: stillness is not the absence of action, it is the source of true action. It is the space where clarity forms, where inspired movement is born. When you are constantly in motion, you scatter your energy across 1,000 directions, creating friction instead of flow. But when you cultivate stillness, you align your energy into a single, powerful current that draws reality toward you. Stillness does not mean doing nothing. It means doing the right thing at the right moment from a place of inner calm. It is trusting that movement is most potent when it rises from silence, not from panic. When you embrace the stillness principle, you become a magnet for swift transformation. Life senses your grounded presence and accelerates to meet it. Opportunities that once slipped past unnoticed now rush toward you because your energy no longer repels them with frantic noise. In stillness, you become the calm eye of the storm, the point around which all movement organizes itself, not through force, but through natural, effortless power. In the terraced hills of 1936, Amalfi Gianna Marino tended a lemon grove that had been passed down through her family for generations. She believed, as her father had taught her, that vigilance and intervention were necessary at every stage of growth. Each day she inspected the trees with hawk-like intensity, pruning aggressively, adjusting the soil, trying to steer the fruit in a ripening faster. Gianna feared that if she did not constantly correct, control, and manage every detail, the grove would wither. Yet despite her constant tending, the lemons remained small and stubborn, the harvests unpredictable, the trees weary under the weight of so much interference. One crisp morning, after a night of heavy rains, Gianna awoke to find that a section of the grove she had been unable to reach, the part she had unintentionally left alone, had blossomed more richly than the rest. The trees stood strong, their leaves shining, their branches heavy with bright, fragrant fruit. There, where her hands had not meddled, nature had thrived. Standing amid the vibrant yellow abundance, Gianna felt something shift deep inside her. Life did not need to be forced to flourish. It needed space to fulfill its own wisdom. From that day on, Gianna tended her grove differently. She worked with the land rather than against it, offering gentle care without constant interference. She intervened only when truly necessary, and otherwise allowed the trees to unfold in their natural rhythm. Over time, her grove became the most celebrated in the region, not because she had tightened her grip, but because she had learned to trust the unseen intelligence pulsing through every root and branch. The sacred insight blooming from Gianna's transformation is clear. Non-interference is the highest form of trust. It is the deep, unshakable knowing that life is intelligent, that the seeds you have planted are capable of blooming without your constant supervision. When you step back, when you stop trying to control every outcome, you honor the natural unfolding of your desires. Interference often stems from fear, the fear that life will not deliver unless you micromanage every step. But fear clouds the soil of manifestation, making it harder for the roots of your dreams to find nourishment. Constant correction sends a signal of distrust, a message that you believe growth must be bullied into existence. And so life mirrors that belief back to you with struggle, delay, and exhaustion. Non-interference does not mean inaction. It means wise action, careful, intuitive, timely movement, combined with spaciousness and surrender. It means tending your dreams with love, then allowing them to breathe, to reach, to grow into their own fullness without the suffocation of your doubts. When you trust enough to step back, you create conditions where miracles can germinate and flourish. Reality blooms fastest where it feels least pressured, where your faith in its natural intelligence creates the perfect environment for effortless expansion. In that sacred trust, you find that life is not a puzzle you must constantly solve. It is a living tapestry, weaving itself perfectly when you finally let go and allow its threads to dance freely in the wind. In the quiet outskirts of 1938 Vienna, Marta Fischer worked in a modest apothecary, measuring herbs, mixing tinctures, and advising those who passed through her door seeking remedies. She was diligent, exacting, tireless. Marta believed that life rewarded only those who pushed themselves to their absolute limit. She prided herself on how much she could accomplish in a single day, how thoroughly she could organize her world through effort. Yet despite her discipline, she lived under a persistent sense that something essential remained just beyond her grasp. A lightness, a joy, a magic she glimpsed in others, but could never seem to reach herself. One evening, after a long day filled with endless tasks and no real satisfaction, Marta sat on the worn steps outside the shop, watching the stars prick into the velvet sky. As she let herself rest for the first time in what felt like months, she noticed something extraordinary. In her stillness, a different kind of energy enveloped her, not the strained, weary pulse of endless doing, but a quiet, spacious aliveness. It was as though the entire night sky was breathing for her, carrying her in a rhythm she had never dared to trust before. In that moment, she realized she had lived her entire life pushing against a horizon that always receded, the harder she ran toward it. The next morning, Marta approached her work differently. She no longer crammed every moment with tasks. She moved when inspired, paused when called to stillness. She allowed spaces to exist between her actions, trusting that not everything needed her control. And almost imperceptibly at first, her life began to shift. Clients who had once seemed indifferent now lingered to share stories, bringing others by word of mouth. Unexpected opportunities drifted in, not through force, but through the open spaces Marta had finally allowed to exist. The sacred insight that unfolded through Marta's transformation is profound. There exists a threshold, the effort horizon, beyond which miracles become normal. Up to a point, effort has its place, helping to shape discipline and clarity. But beyond that point, continued force only creates diminishing returns. Pushing harder yields not better results, but more friction, more exhaustion. To cross beyond the effort horizon is to step into a realm where alignment, ease, and natural synchronicity take over the work that striving can never accomplish. In this realm, miracles are not anomalies. They are the natural byproducts of an internal state where trust outweighs fear, where presence replaces panic, where inspiration flows freely because space has been made for it. You stop trying to force life to comply with your will, and instead collaborate with the deeper currents that already know how to deliver your desires more beautifully than your plans ever could. Beyond the effort horizon, you realize that the universe was never asking for your exhaustion. It was asking for your trust. It was asking for you to become a receptive field where the extraordinary could land without being chased. In that realm, miracles are not rare gifts for the lucky few. They are the inevitable fruits of a life lived in rhythm with the quiet, unstoppable grace of existence itself. In the dusty vineyards of 1935, Mendoza Sofia Alvarez watched the grapes ripen with anxious eyes. She paced the rows daily, measuring the clusters, touching the leaves, checking the ripeness with restless hands. She longed for the perfect harvest, and she believed that the more she checked, the more she hovered, the sooner the fruit would come. Sophia lived by the calendar, counting the days, marking time as if willing the sun to move faster. Yet no matter how often she watched the vines or whispered to the winds, the grapes ripened not a moment before their season, and her impatience only left her weary and disappointed. One evening, after a long day spent scouring the fields, Sophia sat under the old cypress tree that stood at the vineyard's edge. She watched the sun sink slowly behind the mountains, casting golden light across the land. It occurred to her then that nothing she had seen that day had moved faster for her worrying. The sun set in its own time, the breeze shifted in its own time, the earth turned in its own time. All around her, life was unfolding perfectly, not by human demand, but by invisible ancient rhythms. The next day, Sophia did something different. She still tended the vines, but she released the clock she had tied so tightly around her heart. She trusted the sun, the soil, the natural unfolding she could not control. She allowed herself to move with the seasons instead of against them. And in the weeks that followed, the vineyard flourished. The harvest arrived fuller, sweeter, and more abundant than she had dared hope. and it came not because she had pushed it, but because she had finally learned to let it come. The sacred insight that blossomed through Sophia's experience is this: patience does not delay results. Impatience does. The paradox of patience is that when you stop measuring the moments, when you release the desperate watchfulness, results come more swiftly and naturally. When you cling to the clock, you radiate resistance. You signal to life that you do not trust it, that you believe it must be hurried, managed, or manipulated to meet your needs. But when you relax your grip on time, you open the channels through which fulfillment can flow without obstruction. You align with the natural timing already carrying your desires toward you. You step out of the tension of waiting and into the serenity of trusting. And in that serenity, life accelerates, not because you forced it, but because you stopped blocking its natural course. Patience is not passive. It is an active expression of faith. It is the quiet, powerful certainty that what is meant for you is already moving your way, even if you cannot yet see it cresting the horizon. It is knowing that the seed you planted is already growing beneath the soil, even before the first green shoot breaks through the earth. When you honor the paradox of patience, you stop standing over your dreams, demanding their arrival. Instead, you become the welcoming ground where they can root, rise, and flourish faster than you ever thought possible, because you finally trusted time enough to step aside and let it do its perfect work. In the shimmering heat of 1937 New Orleans, Daniel Morgan ran a modest ferry across the Mississippi River. Each day he battled the river's currents with every ounce of his strength, convinced that the harder he pushed against the water, the faster he would reach the other side. His muscles strained against the oars, sweat poured down his brow, and still the ferry moved sluggishly, dragged back by the force he believed he had to conquer. Daniel thought success was a matter of overpowering life's resistance, that the river would yield only if he fought hard enough. Yet day after day, the same truth met him on the water. Struggle slowed him, drained him, and left him no closer to mastery. One evening, as the last golden light disappeared behind the riverbanks, Daniel noticed an old fisherman gliding across the current with ease. His small boat barely stirred the surface, moving almost effortlessly to the far shore. Intrigued and frustrated, Daniel approached him when they met at the dock. The fisherman smiled and said simply, "The river doesn't need your battle, boy. It needs your trust. Let it carry you." That night, Daniel couldn't sleep. He replayed the old man's words over and over until they etched themselves into his mind. The next morning he took his ferry out again, but this time he didn't fight the river. He studied it. He noticed the way the currents naturally curved, the places where the water itself would help him if he let it. He began to float with the movement, using small, precise strokes rather than frantic ones. And to his astonishment, the ferry moved faster, smoother, and with far less effort than he had ever believed possible. The sacred insight that unfurled in Daniel's quiet revolution is this: floating toward your goals does not mean giving up. It means learning how to work with life rather than against it. Struggle is not a badge of honor. It is often a sign that you are resisting the very currents designed to carry you. When you insist on controlling every step, you weigh yourself down. But when you trust, when you float with the rhythms already present, you move farther with less strain. Navigating life without struggle requires attentiveness, not force. It asks that you tune into the subtle flows around you, the opportunities opening, the energy rising, the signs appearing, and then move in harmony with them, rather than demanding the river change its course to fit your plans. Floating is not about passivity. It is about precise, wise movement at the right time, in the right way, guided by the deeper intelligence woven into all things. When you release the need to fight your way to your dreams, you allow life to guide you with a grace you could never manufacture through effort alone. The river knows how to reach the sea. Your desires know how to reach fulfillment. Trust their flow. Float forward and watch as you arrive more swiftly, more surely, and more joyfully than struggle ever promised but never delivered. In the jagged hills of 1931 Montana, Thomas Reed spent his days scaling the rocky slopes, convinced that the harder he climbed, the faster he would conquer the highest peaks. His boots were worn thin, his hands calloused from gripping stones, and his lungs burned with the strain of his relentless ascent. Thomas believed that life was a ladder, one rung at a time, one painful pull after another. Each day he set his sights higher, demanding more from himself, pressing harder against the mountain as if he could force it to yield through sheer exhaustion. Yet no matter how he pushed, the peaks he sought always seemed to rise farther above him, moving just out of reach like a mirage. One afternoon, after a particularly brutal climb that left him stranded on a narrow ledge, Thomas watched a mountain goat navigate the cliffs effortlessly. The creature did not charge upward. It moved with ease, sometimes even pausing to rest, circling wide rather than attacking the steepest face directly. And yet it always found its way higher, sure-footed and steady, reaching places Thomas could only dream of. Watching it, he felt something shift deep inside him. Maybe the path to the summit wasn't about harder climbing at all. Maybe it was about moving differently. The next morning, Thomas abandoned the idea of brute force. He chose his steps carefully, allowing himself to move sideways, even downward at times, following the natural lines of the mountain rather than fighting against them. He rested when he needed to. He let go of the urgency that had gripped him for so long, and to his amazement, he reached higher elevations faster than ever before, with half the struggle and twice the clarity. The mountain had not changed. His relationship with it had. The sacred insight woven through Thomas's transformation is this: life does not reward endless climbing. It rewards alignment. The reverse ladder is the paradoxical truth that when you stop clawing your way upward with desperate urgency, you actually ascend more swiftly and surely. By releasing the need to constantly strain, you allow yourself to find the hidden paths, the unseen footholds, the natural currents of opportunity that lift you higher with less effort. Constant climbing exhausts your energy, clouds your vision, and often leads you into battles you never needed to fight. But when you relax your need to force progress, when you trust the intelligence of the journey itself, you find yourself drawn upward by a power greater than your muscles alone. The highest peaks are not reached by those who fight the mountain, but by those who move in harmony with it. Less climbing does not mean less ambition. It means more wisdom, more trust, more allowing. It means understanding that life was designed to help you rise, not to break you with impossible walls. When you surrender the frantic climb, you discover that what you once thought would take years of struggle can unfold with unexpected grace. You are lifted, not because you conquered the mountain, but because you finally allowed it to carry you higher, step by step, on paths invisible to the eyes of the impatient. In the narrow streets of 1932 Casablanca, Amir Haddad spent his days weaving colorful carpets, hoping to sell his creations to the wealthy travelers passing through the city's bustling souks. Each morning he rushed to display his finest work, calling out to strangers, bargaining, pleading, pushing for attention. Amir believed that if he chased customers persistently enough, if he threw his energy outward like a net, he would eventually catch the success he sought. But no matter how tirelessly he chased, the richest patrons seemed to drift toward other vendors, drawn elsewhere by something Amir couldn't name. His finest carpets lay unchosen. His voice grew hoarse, and his heart grew heavier with each day of empty-handed struggle. One afternoon, too weary to chase anymore, Amir slumped down beside his display and simply sat in silence. He watched the crowds move, the light shifting across the market, the quiet way some merchants seemed to draw buyers without saying a word. Their stalls radiated a calm confidence, a magnetic presence that needed no shouting or grasping. Amir realized, sitting there with his hands folded quietly, that those merchants weren't chasing customers. They were resonating with them. The next morning, Amir changed his approach. He no longer called out, no longer pushed himself toward every passing opportunity. He simply laid his carpets with care and pride, arranging them as if he already knew they belonged in the finest homes. He smiled genuinely at those who stopped, spoke when spoken to, trusted his work to speak louder than his words. A strange thing happened. People began to come. They paused, drawn not by noise but by the energy Amir now carried, the quiet assurance that he was offering something valuable, something they could feel before they even looked. The sacred insight that wove itself through Amir's experience is this: chasing scatters your energy outward in desperation. Resonating pulls life toward you with natural, effortless force. When you chase, you declare to the world that you are lacking, that you must run after what you do not yet possess. But when you resonate, when you stand rooted in your own worth, you broadcast a different signal entirely. You say without words, "I already am what I seek." Effort alone, when driven by neediness, creates resistance. It pushes what you desire farther away, like a shadow retreating from a hand reaching too aggressively. But energy, clear, aligned, calm, creates attraction. It draws to you people, opportunities, and miracles, not because you demanded them, but because they recognize the frequency you embody. Stopping the chase is not about giving up ambition. It is about shifting the source of your power. It is moving from effort to energy, from fear to certainty, from outward grabbing to inward becoming. When you start resonating instead of chasing, you step into the natural law that governs all creation. Like attracts like. Your desires find you because you have finally become the signal they were always waiting to answer. And when they arrive, it is not through struggle, but through the simple magnetic grace of who you have allowed yourself to be. In the misty mornings of 1939, Dublin, Maeve O'Sullivan tended a small garden behind her father's tailor shop. She had always loved the quiet rhythm of planting, watering, and waiting for life to emerge. But that year, a terrible blight struck her roses, leaving them shriveled and pale. Determined to save them, Maeve tried everything. She clipped, pruned, fertilized, sprayed, and adjusted the soil day after day, desperate to force them back into health. Each action was taken with anxious urgency, each hour a battle against the growing fear that she might lose what she loved most. Yet the more she tried to fix the roses, the worse they seemed to become, retreating deeper into decay with every intervention. One gray afternoon, after finding yet another branch blackened despite her careful tending, Maeve sank down on the garden bench in defeat. She stared at the dying plants, her hands trembling with the frustration of her own helplessness. It was then that an old neighbor, Mrs. Flannery, leaned over the stone wall and said softly, "Sometimes, child, the earth just needs to breathe. Healing isn't something you can force, it's something you allow." Those words stayed with Maeve long after the woman disappeared down the lane. That evening, she decided to stop her frantic attempts to fix the garden. She put away the scissors, the sprays, the powders. She watered the plants gently and then left them alone. She sat quietly with them each morning, offering her presence without her interference. She gave the earth back its time, its breath, its unseen wisdom. In the weeks that followed, something remarkable happened. New shoots emerged from the soil. The roses began to strengthen, their color returning little by little. The garden healed, not because Maeve had fought harder, but because she had finally stepped aside and allowed the natural forces of renewal to do what they had always known how to do. The sacred insight rooted in Maeve's quiet revelation is this: trying to fix often blocks the very healing you seek. When you approach life, your body, or your dreams with frantic urgency to repair what appears broken, you are broadcasting the belief that wholeness is missing, that something essential is lost. That energy of lack only deepens the wounds. Healing, whether of a garden, a heart, or a destiny, is not summoned by force. It arises naturally when given enough space to breathe, enough trust to unfold. Allowing is not passive resignation, it is active trust. It is recognizing that the intelligence that created life knows how to repair it when you stop standing in the way with fear and control. It is knowing that wholeness is the default setting of life, and that what seems broken is often already mending beneath the surface, waiting for you to stop disturbing it with your restless fixing. When you move from force to faith, from panic to patience, you witness a different kind of miracle. The return to wholeness that was never absent, only covered by the noise of your own trying. In the stillness where fixing ends, healing begins, and it blooms with a beauty that no hands could have forced, but every heart can welcome. In the crowded streets of 1938 Bombay, Rajiv Malhotra moved through life like a man caught in a storm. Each morning he fought to secure business deals, negotiated fiercely in the markets, and scrambled to outpace his rivals. His days were full of action, his mind always calculating the next move, the next opportunity. Rajiv believed that only relentless outer effort could shape his future, that success was carved out of the chaos by those quick enough, clever enough, strong enough to impose their will upon the world. Yet despite his endless movement, fulfillment slipped through his grasp like smoke through his fingers. One evening, exhausted and disillusioned, Rajiv wandered into a small temple tucked away from the noise of the city. There, in the cool dimness, an old monk sat motionless, a single candle flickering beside him. Around him, the world seemed to bend and soften, as if the stillness itself carried a gravity more powerful than any noise or movement outside. Rajiv sat quietly at the edge of the room, watching, feeling, and as he sat, something inside him shifted. He realized that the monk was not passive. He was not escaping life. He was centered so deeply within himself that reality seemed to organize itself around him, not through action, but through presence. The next day, Rajiv approached his work differently. He still engaged with the world, but no longer from the frantic energy of survival. He anchored himself first in stillness, spending each morning in quiet reflection before entering the rush of the day. He acted only when guided by clear intuition rather than by fear. He no longer chased every opportunity, but allowed the ones aligned with his true intentions to come to him. And as he centered himself, the world around him began to shift. Clients sought him out without him needing to pursue them. Solutions to problems unfolded naturally. Prosperity flowed in ways it never had when he was pushing against the current. The sacred insight rising from Rajiv's transformation is this: true creation begins not in frantic outer action, but in the still center within. When your mind and heart are rooted in inner peace, your actions become sharp, effective, and inspired. You no longer waste energy chasing, forcing, or fixing. Instead, you become a magnet for the realities you desire, drawing them to you with the silent, irresistible pull of your aligned presence. Outer chaos is powerless against a centered soul. When you radiate stillness, the world cannot help but respond. You do not need to manage every detail or win every battle. You need only to hold your inner space so firmly, so calmly, that reality reshapes itself around your unwavering peace. Creating from the still center is the art of living with trust, of moving when the river calls you forward, and resting when it asks you to pause. It is knowing that everything you seek is already seeking you, and that your stillness is the beacon guiding it home. In the silence where action once screamed, miracles find their way into your life, not through struggle, but through the quiet, unstoppable gravity of who you have become. In the high deserts of 1936 Santa Fe, Elena Cruz spent her days weaving intricate tapestries, her fingers moving deftly across the loom. Each piece was a labor of devotion, but beneath her careful craftsmanship lived a hidden tension. She wove with a restless urgency, believing that every thread must be perfect, every pattern exact, or her dreams of recognition would unravel. Elena clung tightly to her work, measuring her progress by the approval she hoped would someday arrive. Yet the tighter she held her expectations, the more distant success seemed to become, as if life recoiled from the invisible pressure she cast into the air. One afternoon, after tearing apart a nearly finished piece in frustration, Elena wandered into the sun-baked hills beyond the village. She stumbled upon an old woman seated beneath a twisted juniper tree, her loom set simply against the earth. The woman wove slowly, loosely, without strain. Her movements were fluid, her face serene, and the patterns that emerged from her hands were stunning in their natural grace. When Elena asked her secret, the woman smiled and said, "I do not force the thread, I surrender to it. It knows the way." That night, Elena sat before her own loom in silence. She closed her eyes and let go. She surrendered the need for every detail to obey her will. She surrendered the timeline she had built in her mind, the desperate craving for recognition, the old belief that forcing was the same as creating. She allowed the threads to move through her hands as they wished, trusting the unseen patterns that would emerge. What flowed from her loom was unlike anything she had ever woven, alive, effortless, powerful. In the months that followed, Elena's work blossomed. Buyers began to seek her out, drawn to the rare vitality in her pieces. Opportunities that had once slipped away now arrived without struggle. Change, which had once seemed so distant, unfolded rapidly and almost mysteriously, all because she had finally stopped wrestling life into submission. The sacred insight flowing through Elena's journey is this: energetic surrender is the magnetic force behind spontaneous change. When you release your grip, not on your dreams, but on your need to control their every step, you create an energetic opening through which life can move freely. You cease broadcasting resistance, and instead, you radiate a field of trust so strong that reality bends to meet it. Surrender is not giving up on what you love. It is loving it enough to let it breathe, to allow it to find its highest form without the confines of your limited vision. It is the recognition that the energy you bring to your desires determines how and how swiftly they arrive. When you move from anxious grasping to surrendered openness, you unleash a power far greater than force. You step into the dance of co-creation, where life brings you opportunities not because you hunted them down, but because you magnetize them through your unwavering, relaxed faith. In energetic surrender, you stop chasing change, and change at last finds you. In the golden fields of 1935 Tuscany, Lorenzo Vitale dreamed of becoming a renowned winemaker. Each season, he labored in the vineyards, studying the soil, tending the vines, calculating every factor he believed would guarantee success. Yet something always seemed missing. Though he copied the techniques of famous vintners and followed every method precisely, his wines remained ordinary, lacking the depth and richness that made others memorable. Lorenzo could not understand why, despite his tireless mimicry, he could not achieve the level of excellence he longed for. One evening, while delivering a barrel to an older winemaker known for his extraordinary harvests, Lorenzo lingered in the cellar as the man worked. The elder moved slowly, almost reverently, humming softly as he handled the grapes and barrels. His energy filled the room, a deep calm and certainty that seemed to soak into the very walls. When Lorenzo asked what secret technique he used, the man simply said, "It's not what you do, it's what you are. The wine carries the frequency of the one who makes it." That night, Lorenzo lay awake, the simple words echoing louder than any lecture or textbook he had ever studied. He realized he had been trying to impose success onto his work from the outside, never realizing that true excellence must radiate from within. He had been chasing the right actions, but he had not become the right energy. The next season, Lorenzo changed everything. Not his techniques, but his presence. He approached the vineyard each day as if he were already the master he wished to become. He worked with a heart full of joy, gratitude, and quiet confidence. He sang to the vines. He infused the barrels with care, not calculation. He became the frequency he had once believed he needed to earn. And the vineyard responded. That year's vintage was different. Richer, more complex, alive in a way that made those who tasted it stop and savor. Word of his wine spread beyond the valley, and opportunities came to him that he had once tried and failed to chase. He had not done more, he had become more. The sacred insight ripening through Lorenzo's transformation is this: you do not attract what you want, you attract what you are. The law of vibrational dominance states that the strongest frequency in any environment will influence all others. When you embody the energy of fulfillment, of mastery, of abundance, life cannot help but organize itself to match your dominant state. Trying to achieve from a place of lack only amplifies lack. But when you become the frequency of what you seek, when you live, breathe, and act as though it is already yours, you radiate a signal so strong that the universe reshapes itself around you without resistance. Becoming the frequency means stepping into your dreams now, not waiting for evidence. It means trusting that the invisible leads the visible, that your internal reality crafts your external one. And when you hold that vibration with unwavering certainty, life, like the ripened grape, falls naturally into your open hands. In the narrow alleys of 1934 Athens, Nikos Petros spent his days repairing shoes, dreaming of one day owning a fine leather shop filled with crafted goods, admired by the whole city. Every evening, after polishing the last pair, he would sit under the lamplight and map out the details of his future: the grand storefront, the customers lined up at the door, the polished brass sign bearing his name. He believed that if he worked long enough, one day life would reward him by delivering the dream whole and gleaming into his hands. Yet each morning reality greeted him with the same worn tools, the same cracked souls, the same small life he yearned to escape. One night, walking home under the stars, Nikos passed a sculptor's studio and paused to watch. Inside, the artist moved with a grace and certainty that transfixed him. The sculptor did not wait for the marble to become something worth shaping. He already saw the masterpiece within and carved with the quiet assurance of one bringing into form what already existed inside him. Watching from the shadows, Nikos realized he had been waiting for life to give him permission to become what he longed to be, when all along the becoming had to happen first, in the unseen spaces of his own being. The next morning, Nikos changed. He no longer thought of his tiny stall as temporary or unworthy. He swept the floor with the pride of a man already successful. He polished every shoe as if it were a work of art. He carried himself not as a struggling cobbler, but as the master craftsman he had always imagined becoming. And slowly, the world responded. Wealthier clients began to notice his work. Invitations to craft bespoke pieces arrived without him chasing them. His reputation grew not because he waited for success to transform him, but because he transformed himself first, from the inside out. The sacred insight blooming from Nikos's journey is this: manifestation happens inside first. The world does not bring you your dreams and then grant you the identity to match them. You must become the outcome before the outcome can find you. Waiting for the external world to validate your desires keeps you trapped in separation, always reaching, always hoping. But when you embody the energy of your fulfilled dream, when you think, feel, and act as the version of yourself who already lives it, you collapse the distance between you and it. Being the outcome means living the vibration of your desires now without needing proof. It is choosing to inhabit the reality you seek from within, trusting that the external world will mold itself around your new frequency. The shoes Nikos repaired did not change overnight. He did. And because he changed, everything else began to shift. When you choose to be first, life follows. It must. For reality is but the echo of your innermost being, faithfully reflecting back the song you dare to sing before the world can hear it. In the winding streets of 1931 Lisbon, Carolina Suarez spent her days selling hand-painted tiles in the bustling market square. She had dreams far larger than the modest stand she tended, visions of her art displayed in great galleries, her name whispered with admiration across the city. Every morning she rose with the determination to chase those dreams, hurrying from merchant to merchant, writing endless letters to patrons she had never met, trying to convince the world to see what she knew. She carried inside, but no matter how hard she pursued recognition, it seemed to dance just beyond her fingertips, taunting her with glimpses but never staying long enough to grasp. One afternoon, weary from another fruitless meeting, Carolina sat beneath the old fig tree near the harbor. She watched as a flock of birds dipped and soared, their movement effortless, unforced. They did not chase the wind, they moved with it. They did not struggle for the currents, they surrendered to them. In that quiet moment, something inside Carolina softened. She realized she had been sprinting after her dreams with clenched fists, never allowing the winds of life to carry her forward. The next day, Carolina shifted her approach. She returned to her work, but not with the frantic urgency of chasing validation. She painted tiles as if the act itself was enough. She filled each brushstroke with joy instead of expectation. She stopped knocking on doors that refused to open, and instead opened the door to her own creative spirit more fully. And slowly, something remarkable happened. Visitors began pausing at her stand without invitation. A gallery owner, drawn by the sheer vibrancy of her work, commissioned an entire series. Invitations, opportunities, and recognition that she had once chased began flowing to her naturally, almost as if her dreams had been searching for her all along. The sacred insight revealed through Carolina's awakening is this: when you stop chasing your dreams start chasing you. There is a mysterious reversal that happens when you shift from frantic pursuit to magnetic embodiment. Chasing radiates lack, a silent cry that says, "It is not here yet." Life mirrors that lack back to you with absence. But when you live your dream energetically, when you carry the frequency of already having, already being, the universe responds to the fullness you emit. Dreams are not meant to be hunted down like prey. They are meant to be called home by the gravity of your certainty. When you embody the joy, the creativity, the passion of your dreams now, without demanding them to materialize on your schedule, you become a beacon. You no longer run breathlessly after possibilities. Possibilities come to you. The mystery of reversed pursuit is not magic. It is alignment. It is the natural return of what was always meant for you, finally free to find you once you have stopped chasing shadows and started shining like the sun. In that light, dreams cannot help but draw near, because they recognize in you the place they have always belonged. In the faded markets of 1939, Marrakesh, Yusuf Qadir sold delicate lanterns carved from brass, each one gleaming under the desert sun. He dreamed of building his small stall into a grand shop, a place where traders and travelers from distant lands would come seeking his craftsmanship. Driven by this dream, Yusuf clung tightly to every customer, every coin, every opportunity, believing that each sale was a lifeline he had to secure. His mind was always on the next transaction, the next potential loss, the next imagined disaster. Yet, despite his vigilance, the more he needed success, the more elusive it became, as if life recoiled from the heavy energy he cast with every desperate glance. One evening, after a long day where not a single lantern had been sold, Yusuf sat quietly on the edge of the market square. The call to prayer echoed across the city, slow and steady, unfazed by the hurried footsteps of merchants and buyers below. He noticed an old rug vendor sitting peacefully among his goods, unmoved whether buyers came or went. His eyes carried no urgency, his posture no grasping. yet somehow his rugs were always the ones people carried away with them. It struck Yusuf in that moment with undeniable clarity. The less the old man needed the sale, the more naturally it flowed to him. It wasn't about cunning or effort. It was about the energy he carried, an energy of non-attachment that made the market and life itself open to him. The next morning, Yusuf made a quiet decision. He would stop needing every transaction to define his worth. He would tend to his stall with care, greet each passerby with kindness, but release the tight grip he had kept around every outcome. He would offer his work and let go of whether it was accepted or declined. As the days unfolded, something remarkable happened. More customers wandered in, drawn not by persuasion but by the lightness of his spirit. His stall, once overlooked, began to thrive not because he forced it, but because he had finally allowed it. The sacred insight woven through Yusuf's transformation is this: no need, no block. When you move from the energy of desperate needing, you create invisible walls around your desires. You declare to life, this is missing, this is scarce, this is separate from me. And life, ever the faithful mirror, reflects that lack back to you. But when you release the need, when you live in the fullness of already being enough, already having enough, you dissolve those barriers. Non-attachment is not indifference. It is profound trust. It is loving your dreams without chaining yourself to them. It is offering your work, your heart, your hopes, without demanding that life reward you on your terms. In that freedom, your energy becomes fluid, expansive, magnetic. When you no longer need, you become available. You create space for abundance to find you, for opportunities to recognize you, for miracles to slip quietly into the open hands that are no longer clenched with fear. In the gentle art of non-attachment, you unlock the hidden law that turns waiting into receiving, effort into ease, and longing into quiet, steady fulfillment. In the bustling harbor of 1936 Marseille, Lucien Dubois moved crates for the shipping merchants, his days consumed by heavy lifting and hurried steps. He was a man fueled by effort, believing that to get anywhere in life, he had to force himself forward, one exhausting day at a time. Every opportunity, every advancement he sought, he chased with sheer physical will, pushing against obstacles, against timing, against the natural flow of things. And yet, despite his relentless movement, life seemed always just a few paces ahead of him, refusing to yield to his tireless struggle. One afternoon, after losing yet another potential opportunity to a younger, less worn competitor, Lucien collapsed on the docks, the salty air stinging his sweat-soaked skin. As he rested, he watched the fishermen pulling into the harbor. They didn't fight the waves. They rode them. They adjusted their sails to the unseen winds, letting the ocean carry them more than they carried themselves. It was movement, yes, but it was not struggle. It was momentum without force. Something inside Lucien softened in that moment. Perhaps it wasn't about how hard he pushed, but how well he listened for the unseen forces already willing to carry him. The next day, Lucien shifted his approach. He stopped forcing himself toward every opportunity and began waiting for the ones that felt light, clear, and natural. He worked steadily, but without the constant friction that had worn him down. When a new position opened at a nearby warehouse, he didn't clamor for it. He simply offered his skills and allowed the owners to recognize his value without pressure. And they did. In the space of relaxed action, what he had once tried to claw toward now moved easily into his life. The sacred insight revealed through Lucien's quiet shift is this: inspired momentum is infinitely more powerful than forced movement. When you act from a place of force, you fight against the natural currents of life. Your energy is splintered, your progress slow and strained. But when you move from inspiration, responding to the invitations life offers, you are carried forward with a power much greater than your own strength. Moving without force does not mean passivity. It means discernment. It means acting when the wave rises beneath you and resting when the tide is still. It means trusting that not every open door needs to be kicked down, that some will swing open when you align yourself with the right flow. Inspired momentum feels light. It feels clear. It does not burn you out. It lifts you up. When you wait for the movements that call to your spirit, you harness the energy of the universe itself, riding currents designed to bring you swiftly to where you are meant to be. When you release the need to push, you discover a different kind of strength, the kind that carries you not because you demanded it, but because you allowed it. In that allowing, you move faster, further, and with far greater joy than force could ever deliver. You do not conquer life. You move with it, and in moving with it, you find yourself exactly where you were always meant to arrive. In the olive groves of 1933, Crete, Dimitri Kouros spent his days tending the ancient trees that had fed his family for generations. He worked tirelessly, pruning, grafting, fertilizing, convinced that every moment of idleness was a moment wasted. Dimitri lived by the philosophy that action was the only path to reward, that without constant effort, the land would turn its back on him. Yet despite his endless movement, the harvests grew weaker, the fruit smaller, the soil more exhausted. No matter how many hours he poured into the fields, the results seemed to slip further from his grasp. One dry season, when his hands were too blistered to work another hour, Dimitri had no choice but to step back. For the first time in years, he let the groves be. Days turned into weeks with no interference, no relentless tending. He watched in uneasy stillness, waiting for disaster. But what unfolded was not ruin, it was renewal. The trees, left to their own wisdom, grew stronger. Their roots deepened. The soil began to repair itself. And when the rains finally returned, the groves responded with a richness Dimitri had never seen, flourishing not because he had done more, but because he had finally done less. Sitting beneath the shade of the oldest olive tree, Dimitri realized a truth that shifted the course of his life. There is a force far greater than action alone. There is an invisible builder working in the spaces between your efforts, weaving growth, repair, and opportunity when you step aside long enough to let it work. The sacred insight carried in Dimitri's awakening is this: non-action is not laziness or neglect. It is partnership with the deeper intelligence of life. It is trusting that once you have sown your seeds, once you have done your part with clear intention, there comes a time when you must allow the invisible builder to take over. There is a rhythm to creation that alternates between movement and stillness, effort and surrender. Ignoring this rhythm weakens your work. Honoring it magnifies it. When you overwork a field, you strip the soil of its nutrients. When you overwork your dreams, you strip them of their magic. Life needs the empty spaces to breathe, to connect unseen threads, to build bridges you cannot see while standing in the dust of constant doing. Non-action allows alignment. It allows your energy to settle into a steady frequency that draws the right pieces together without frantic manipulation. It is in the spaces where you rest, where you trust, where you simply hold the vision without clawing at it, that life often does its greatest work on your behalf. When you embrace the power of non-action, you stop trying to build everything with your hands alone. You become a collaborator with the unseen forces, always moving toward your highest good. And in that collaboration, you find that the greatest results are not wrestled into existence. They are received gracefully through a dance between your inspired action and your willing surrender. In the windswept fields of 1934 Patagonia, Ana Morales watched over a barren stretch of land her father had abandoned years before. Every morning she walked its rocky paths, wondering if anything could ever grow where nothing had taken root for so long. Neighbors shook their heads at her determination. They told her the land was cursed, a waste of time and effort, but something in Ana refused to believe that emptiness was the final story. She clung to a quiet faith that somewhere beneath the cracked soil, life waited, unseen and unbidden, ready to emerge when the time was right. For months, she resisted the temptation to fill the land with frantic activity. She didn't tear at the earth or scatter seeds in desperation. She listened. She watched. She learned the winds, the rains, the subtle shifts of the seasons. She allowed the void to be a void, trusting that beneath the emptiness, unseen forces were gathering strength. And one spring morning, without warning, the first wild grasses began to break through the soil, delicate but certain. By summer's end, the once dead land shimmered with gold, alive with blooms no one had planted, fed by waters no one had forced. Anna understood then what few around her had ever grasped. Nothingness is not the end. It is the beginning. It is the womb of everything that longs to be born. The sacred insight that blossomed through Anna's patient trust is this: the void is not a failure. It is not a punishment. It is a sacred space of potential where unseen currents converge and gestate before coming into form. When you panic in the face of emptiness, when you rush to fill every silence, you rob life of its natural process of creation. You rush the bloom before the seed has finished dreaming underground. Trusting the void is an act of profound courage. It means standing inside the unknown without demanding immediate proof that something is happening. It means believing that just because you cannot see movement does not mean movement is not occurring. In fact, the most powerful transformations always happen in the dark, far from the eyes of the impatient. The void asks you to relinquish your need for constant evidence. It asks you to become a quiet steward of possibility, to nurture the soil of your life with faith rather than force. And when you do, the miraculous emerges, not because you pushed it into existence, but because you allowed it to find its own perfect way to you. When you trust the void, you discover that life is not created in the noise and haste. It is created in the stillness, in the unseen weaving of forces far more intelligent than your fears. What feels like nothingness is often the final hush before everything shifts. In trusting it, you become part of the quiet alchemy that turns emptiness into abundance, silence into song, dreams into living, breathing reality. And it all begins not with struggle, but with your willingness to wait, to believe, and to hold space for the unseen miracle already on its way. In the bustling squares of 1937, Buenos Aires, Mateo Vargas sold hand-bound journals from a wooden cart he pushed from street to street. His dream was to one day own a grand bookstore filled with rare and beautiful volumes, a place where readers would linger and stories would breathe through every corner. But each day, Mateo counted his earnings with a sinking heart, calculating how far he still was from his dream. He lived in a tight, anxious rhythm of scarcity, believing that only once he had more, once life gave him evidence, could he feel abundant. Yet the more he focused on what was missing, the further his dream seemed to drift. One afternoon, after a long day of meager sales, Mateo wandered into an old library tucked away on a side street. It was nearly empty, but the energy inside was rich, almost alive. Every creaky shelf, every worn armchair seemed to hum with the presence of untold stories. The library was not grand by size or wealth, but it radiated a fullness that could not be measured in coins or foot traffic. Mateo sat among the shelves, breathing it in, and realized something profound. Abundance was not something waiting to arrive. It was a frequency already available to him if he dared to step into it with or without evidence. The next morning, Mateo made a decision that defied everything he had believed. He chose to act from energetic abundance. He greeted the few customers he had with the warmth and pride of a man who already owned the grandest bookstore in the city. He invested more love into his journals, crafting each one as if it were a priceless treasure. He stopped measuring his worth by daily earnings and instead fed his spirit on the richness he created and shared. And slowly, life responded. Customers who once hurried by began to pause. A newspaper reporter stumbled across his cart and wrote a story about the young man who sold dreams stitched in leather. Opportunities gathered around him, not because he finally had enough, but because he had finally become enough. Matteo received not after receiving, but before, and in doing so, he opened the gates for reality to mirror his new inner wealth. The sacred insight blooming through Matteo's journey is this: receiving begins long before the first visible sign appears. Energetic abundance is the state of living as if you already have what you desire, embodying the feelings, the thoughts, and the certainty of fullness now. When you radiate abundance before it physically manifests, you create a magnetic field so strong that life must rearrange itself to meet your vibration. Waiting for external proof only delays your dreams. Living from internal certainty invites them faster. You do not need permission to feel prosperous, joyful, fulfilled. You choose it first. You breathe it into the empty spaces of your life until those spaces shimmer with unseen riches preparing to take form. When you embody energetic abundance, you are no longer chasing prosperity, you are claiming it. And in that claim, life, faithful to your resonance, brings to your door everything that had been waiting for you to remember who you already are. In the quiet orchards of 1932 Seville, Isabella Romero worked tirelessly to grow a garden that would restore her family's name. Every seed she planted was filled with a desperate hope, every row of fruit trees meticulously arranged according to her strict schedules. She measured growth daily, marked every sprout, planned harvests with the precision of a general readying for battle. She believed that with enough discipline she could force nature to yield her dreams exactly when she wanted them. But despite her careful planning, storms arrived early. Unexpected droughts withered her crops, and no matter how hard she tried to command the seasons, the timing of life ignored her demands. One evening, after yet another failed harvest, Isabella sat alone among the withered trees, her hands resting in the dry earth. Above her, the stars began to blink into existence, silent, ancient, utterly indifferent to her timelines. She realized, sitting there under the endless sky, that nature did not obey human clocks. It moved according to a rhythm older and wiser than any plan she could conceive. And perhaps she thought it wasn't the world that needed to change to fit her vision. Perhaps it was her vision that needed to trust the world. The next season, Isabella changed her approach. She still planted, still tended with care, but she allowed the orchard to follow its own unfolding. When storms came, she adjusted. When droughts threatened, she conserved. She did not fight the deviations. She flowed with them. She trusted that what appeared as delay might actually be recalibration, a divine correction adjusting her dreams into their perfect form, arriving not late, but precisely right. And slowly the land responded. New shoots emerged where old ones had failed. Unexpected varieties of fruit blossomed, sweeter and heartier than those she had originally planted. Buyers arrived, drawn by the unique harvest, bringing opportunities she had not planned for, but which proved better than anything she could have forced into existence. The sacred insight that blossomed through Isabella's surrender is profound. The universe is always recalibrating, always aligning circumstances for your highest good, even when it looks like delay or detour. When you cling rigidly to your timing, you resist the very forces trying to elevate your dreams beyond what you first imagined. Divine timing is not based on human clocks. It follows the unseen architecture of alignment, ensuring that what is meant for you does not merely arrive, but arrives in its highest, fullest form. Letting the universe recalibrate means trusting the corrections you cannot yet understand. It means welcoming the storm that uproots shallow dreams, so deeper ones can take root. It means releasing the panic that whispers you are behind and stepping into the quiet certainty that life is always right on schedule. When you stop fighting the course corrections, you allow the unfolding to accelerate. You open your hands to receive not just what you asked for, but what you didn't know to ask for. Gifts forged in dimensions beyond your sight. In that surrender, you discover that timing was never your enemy. It was your greatest ally, recalibrating the universe in your favor all along. In the stone-walled villages of 1931 Provence, Marc Delacroix built furniture by hand, known for his intricate carvings and sturdy designs. Each day he worked from before sunrise until the last light faded, believing that only through relentless physical force could he carve his way into prosperity. His hammer strikes were heavy, his body weary, and his mind burdened with the constant pressure to prove himself through effort alone. Yet despite his tireless labor, recognition came slowly, and opportunities seemed to slip away, caught somewhere between his exhaustion and the unseen spaces where true power was meant to rise. One evening, as a storm rolled over the hills, Marc visited an old friend, a violin maker who lived on the outskirts of town. The man worked with a lightness that struck Marc immediately, not careless but effortless, his hands moving with a grace that spoke of a different kind of mastery. His instruments, delicate yet powerful, seemed almost to hum before a bow ever touched their strings. When Marc asked him how he managed to create such magic without wearing himself thin, the man simply smiled and said, "I don't force the wood. I trust the music already living inside it." Marc returned to his workshop with those words ringing in his mind. For the first time, he set down his heavy tools and stood before a blank piece of oak in silence. He listened. He allowed. He moved from an inward certainty that the shape he sought was already hidden within the grain, waiting to be revealed. His movements became lighter, more deliberate, infused not with the desperate need to create, but with the calm knowing that creation was inevitable. In the weeks that followed, Marc's work transformed. Buyers who once walked past his shop now paused to admire the quiet strength woven into his designs. Commissions came steadily, not because he demanded attention, but because his pieces carried an energy that spoke louder than words, a resonance born from the effortless power he had finally learned to embody. The sacred insight that unfolded through Marc's quiet evolution is this: true power is not born from outward force. It radiates from inward certainty. Effort that is strained, frantic, desperate signals to life that you are disconnected from your own source. It shouts of doubt, and life, always a mirror, reflects that doubt back to you. But when you move from an inner conviction so deep that you do not need to prove, push, or posture, your energy becomes undeniable. Your presence alone carries weight. Your actions, however small, are infused with a magnetic potency that effort alone can never replicate. Effortless power comes from trusting the reality you are creating before it is visible. It is the quiet assurance that what is meant for you will be drawn to you not through force, but through the gravity of your being. Inward certainty outshines outward force because it needs no convincing. It is the lighthouse that stands unmoved by the storm, its light reaching further than any ship desperately trying to chase its way home. When you trust yourself deeply enough to stop forcing, life moves in ways no amount of labor could ever command. It moves because you have already become what you once tried so hard to chase. In the dusty crossroads of 1930 Andalusia, Javier Ramos lived in a small stone cottage, his possessions few, his prospects even fewer. He dreamed of more, a thriving vineyard, a bustling life full of music and friends. But every plan he made seemed to crumble before it could root. As seasons passed, he watched others accumulate wealth, recognition, comfort, while he remained surrounded by absence. At first he fought against it, clawing at every opportunity, desperate to fill the emptiness that echoed through his life. Yet no matter how fiercely he grasped, the emptiness only deepened, and the things he sought seemed always to belong to another world, just out of reach. One evening, sitting by the crumbling garden wall, Javier gave up, not in anger, but in a rare and quiet peace. He looked around at the bare earth, the cracked stones, and for the first time, he stopped seeing loss. He saw space. He saw possibility. He realized that in having nothing, he also had nothing to lose, nothing weighing him down, nothing cluttering the open field of his becoming. The emptiness he had feared was not a curse. It was a canvas. The next day, something changed. Javier tended his small patch of land without resentment. He sang as he worked, filling the air with music that asked for nothing and celebrated everything. When travelers passed, they paused to listen. One offered him seeds, another a tool he no longer needed. Without planning, without effort, Javier's life began to fill itself, not with the things he had once tried to chase, but with gifts he had not even known to ask for. The sacred insight that blossomed through Javier's surrender is this: reverse manifestation is the paradoxical truth that having nothing creates the space for everything. When you cling tightly to the little you have, when you fear emptiness, you block the very channels through which abundance can flow. But when you embrace the emptiness, when you see it as fertile ground instead of barren loss, you open yourself to the fullness life longs to pour into you. Having nothing strips away the noise. It dissolves the illusions that your worth depends on what you can show. It empties your hands so that they are free to receive. In the state of nothingness, you become pure potential, unattached, unworried, unchained by the heavy expectations that weigh most people down. Reverse manifestation happens when you no longer demand proof before you celebrate, when you dance on the empty stage, when you sing before the audience appears, when you live richly even while your pockets are light. It is the magnetic force of pure openness, of a soul unburdened by fear. In having nothing, you paradoxically become the most powerful creator of all, because you are not chasing, you are allowing. You are not clutching, you are inviting. And life, sensing your readiness, floods your empty spaces not with scraps, but with treasures too vast to fit into hands already full. It fills you precisely because you dared to be empty, and because you trusted that from nothing, everything can and always will begin. In the misty mornings of 1932 Edinburgh, Clara Boyd walked briskly through the cobblestone streets, her mind a constant flurry of plans and calculations. She dreamed of opening her own tea room, a place of warmth and conversation, but every step toward it seemed paved with frustration. Clara hurried from appointment to appointment, squeezing every second from her days, believing that if she could just move faster, think harder, and act more decisively, success would surely catch up to her frantic pace. Yet despite her tireless motion, the opportunities she longed for remained elusive, and the more she strained, the more exhausted and unseen she felt. One dreary afternoon, after a string of disappointments, Clara ducked into a small library to escape the rain. There she noticed an elderly man seated by the fire, reading with such serene focus that the chaos of the world seemed to hush around him. Though he barely moved, people gravitated toward him then. Strangers asked him questions. The librarian greeted him with a warmth she had never seen directed at anyone else. He did nothing to chase attention. He simply sat, relaxed and calm, and yet the world leaned closer to him. As she sat nearby, watching, Clara realized something she had never understood before. Calmness itself was a magnet. It was not through force, speed, or anxiety that life gathered around a person. It was through the quiet, unshakable energy of stillness. A relaxed mind did not repel life with frantic signals. It invited life in like a warm hearth on a winter's night. The next day, Clara began to move differently. She still took action toward her dreams, but she released the frantic edge that had once colored every movement. She allowed herself to walk slower, to breathe deeper, to listen more than she spoke. She trusted that what was meant for her would not require her to chase it down, and almost immediately the tides began to turn. An old acquaintance offered her a small space to start her tea room. Supplies she had struggled to find were suddenly offered at a discount. Clients and opportunities flowed in, not because she pushed harder, but because she had finally learned to receive. The sacred insight woven through Clara's quiet shift is this: relaxed minds attract faster because calm energy signals trust. It tells the universe, I already know it's on its way. In contrast, frantic energy broadcasts doubt, anxiety, and scarcity, which life faithfully mirrors back. Calmness creates a field where manifestation accelerates, where doors open easily, and where the invisible currents of life can carry you without resistance. The magnetism of calm is not passive. It is the most active trust you can embody. It draws life to you by making you a safe, steady place for opportunities to land. In calmness, you are not chasing life. You are allowing life to recognize you. When you master the art of inner stillness, you become the lighthouse rather than the storm, and in that steady, quiet light, everything you once ran after begins at last to find its way home to you. In the quiet outskirts of 1933 Vienna, Sophia Klein spent her days sewing garments for the wealthy, dreaming that one day she might design gowns that graced the grandest ballrooms. Every stitch she pulled, every thread she tied, carried the hidden tension of her ambition. She believed that if she tried hard enough, if she worked long enough, if she proved herself perfectly, life would eventually open the door she longed to walk through. Each day she measured her progress in inches, waiting for some external sign that her dreams were finally ready to unfold. Yet no matter how much effort she poured out, the future she craved seemed always to shimmer just beyond reach, receding like a distant mirage. One winter evening, worn thin by years of waiting and striving, Sophia sat by her small hearth and stared into the dancing flames. In their soft, flickering light, she saw her own reflection, tired, expectant, endlessly waiting for permission to become who she already dreamed of being. And suddenly, it struck her with a force greater than exhaustion. All her trying had kept her separate from her dream. She had been laboring under the belief that she had to earn her becoming, when in truth, she had only needed to step into it. The next morning, Sophia approached her work with a different spirit. She stopped trying to become a great designer. She began being one. She treated her small workroom as if it were already a grand atelier. She moved with the grace and certainty of someone who belonged inside the life she had been reaching for. She designed new patterns, not as practice for a someday future, but as the full expression of who she was now. She embodied her dream before life had yet reflected it back. And life, sensing the shift, began to move. Clients noticed her new creations. Word of her talent traveled further than she ever could have pushed it. Invitations came, doors opened, but not because Sophia tried harder, because she had finally stopped trying and started becoming. The sacred insight, the final awakening of the backwards law is this: what you chase runs from you, but what you become is magnetized to you. Trying reinforces distance, becoming collapses it. When you live from the energy of already having, already being, you step outside of striving and into receiving. The backwards law is not a trick. It is a return to truth. It is the recognition that you were never meant to strain your way into your destiny. You were meant to embody it, to claim it inwardly before it materialized outwardly. Your reality is a mirror, and it cannot reflect what you refuse to hold within. When you stop trying and start becoming, you shift from the exhausting pursuit of dreams into the effortless experience of them. You stop standing outside your desires, looking in. You open the door, walk inside, and realize you were always meant to be there. And in that final surrender, life meets you not with resistance, but with open arms, welcoming you home to everything you already are.